Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Thanks for showing up. I'm Alan. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Sorry, pal.
I was going to say afternoon, white people. Maybe not afternoon. Hi,
it was like
Friday.
Yesterday's show. I didn't hit one of my macros or something.
Really thought it was
I
me.
usually keep such a close eye on my macros, just not here at work, and that was the problem.
Did you find out what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I found out what happened yesterday.
So it was you and not
It was
anybody?
not me.
Okay.
Nope, but I didn't understand the problem, and so if that happens again, I will know what to do. It was not pilot error. It was something that was in way too boring to explain, and it wouldn't mean anything to you, the customer.
Come on, intricacies. Wavelengths.
Mary might know. She massages the logs around here. So you're familiar with the macros and the way things hit in the log. There was something hinky in the log.
I didn't catch it. Sorry, buddy.
It's not on you. I don't think you massage my log.
I make sure you don't have 2 commercials in a row. That's what I do.
Hey, cool. Right. That I don't do a live right next to one of my recorded ones.
Right.
I was constantly emailing.
That's my job.
I was constantly emailing our traffic department for a while. Going, guys, you're killing me here.
Right.
It's me back to back. I already do so many friggin' commercials around here. People aren't going to be able to handle 2 in a row.
Here's 3 minutes of Alan Cox promoting things.
That's right. That's right. Hey, anywho, if you want to join us, do that. There are multiple ways that you can engage with us at any point. 216-578-1007 if you want to call. 800-348-1007. You can send a text, 35192. Way to do that. When you use that iHeartRadio app, no matter where you are, you can listen to the show. Tomorrow is the first day of spring. Did not know that. My daughter asked me yesterday when spring was. I said, I think it's another month. It's tomorrow.
Yeah.
It feels early.
You lied to your daughter. You're a bad father.
I unknowingly lied to my Please, you lie to your kids all the time. You know, I love people who are like, I am never going to lie to my kids. How many children do you have? None. There's your answer right there. As soon as you do, you will lie to them all the time. Because you're going to find yourself in must-lie situations.
Parents are such hypocrites. They tell their kids not to lie, be an honest person, you could do anything you set your mind to, and then they lie.
Yes.
I never said any of those things.
One of the cornerstones of life is hypocrisy. I mean, what do you want?
My niece is 9 now, so she's getting to the point where you can't really do the little white lies. Like when she was a little bit younger and she'd want to go to like Chuck E. Cheese or something, I'm like, oh, honey, I can't. They're closed today. And she'd be like, oh, okay. And then now she's like, no, they're not. I just looked it up. I'm like, oh, damn.
I just Googled their hours, Aunt Mare.
Right.
You are a lying sack of crap. Well, yeah, but you know where those lines are. It's when they come back to you with something like that. You go, okay, that's one less excuse I can use.
Right.
I got to come up with something else. But then the ironic part is that they don't want to hear the real truth either. You know, why can't we go? Because I don't want to take you right now.
I'm too tired and
It's not
aggravated.
fun for me.
That's right.
It's
I
loud
don't like it
there.
at all. And I pay for everything.
Right.
So, yeah.
This is $100 adventure that I hate. That's why I don't want to
See,
go.
I was a little smart ass kid. Like, I had no chill. Like, my mom would be honest. She's like, well, I can't really afford that. I'm like, well, why are you poor? Like, I was like, didn't you just go? I was like, didn't you just go shopping at a thrift store? I was like, so maybe stop going to the thrift store and then maybe we can have some stuff.
Dude, we...
Oh yeah, she spent $7 at the thrift store.
You know, I was that type of kid. I'm like, well, you bought that stuff at the thrift store. She's like, I never buy anything for myself. I'm like, yeah, like a good mom.
Now, we did do that to my dad once where he gave a donation to the John Birch Society, and it was like a pretty big check, and we wanted a pool. So we're like, you can give the money to them, but you can't get us a pool? A couple weeks later, we had a pool.
See, we did
Right.
that. I obviously didn't understand our parents' financial situation, but they would say stuff like that all the time. Like, oh, we don't have money for the movies, or you can't do this or that. And I remember one time my dad flipped out because I asked him for like Burger King breakfast on the way to high school. He was driving me. And he was like, hon, I just don't have the money for it. And he worked hard his whole life in a factory, you know. And he had $5 sitting in his like center console, and I was like, well, what's that right there? I see $5. He's like, you want to take my last $5? Fine. And he like crumpled it and threw it at me, and I was like, I felt like because I'm like being a brat because I wanted my Mocha Joe from Burger King, and
Right, and that's not even the best place to get breakfast from a fast food place.
that was my favorite. Oh,
Is
where's
there
better?
another better place you could get breakfast, Bill?
Wendy's.
I saw that you went this morning.
Yeah.
Was that after your appearance on the Mark Nolan show?
It was.
How did
I
that
went
go?
there. It was very fun.
Yeah.
I like that new gang they got over there. That Mark Nolan's just a pure professional and just a delight.
He's so handsome, too.
He is.
I hope
Well, you know,
aged like him.
he started in radio, moved to television, obviously. You can't waste a guy like that on the radio. And then was doing TV and radio for a while, and now he's doing radio. He's got the life, boy.
look at that.
And
Yeah.
beautiful eyes.
Got
And I
the
hear
life.
A nice apartment. Not that I've Googled.
And
He's
I
got
hear-
beautiful eyes, and I hear a nice apartment, is what he says. Yes.
Yeah, we didn't talk about his apartment at all, so
Right.
I'm not sure. I'm sure it's nice. He is Mark
As nice
Nolan.
as his
yes.
eyes.
No, because those are a gift. You know,
He had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, that's just like a natural thing.
But I bet if you were to really press him, I bet that the decor in his apartment really brings out his eyes.
Oh yes,
I
I'm
bet.
sure.
So that went, and then you drove over to Wendy's?
Yeah, my way
Because
home.
it was during breakfast hours.
During breakfast hours, and then I
Opportune.
stopped in for the honey butter chicken biscuit that was free this morning, and there's one more day to get it free tomorrow morning.
Let me ask you this. It's free to everyone. All the plebes can get it free.
Yeah.
But since you're doing commercials for them, did they slide you an extra one? You go, hey, listen,
Well, they don't know that.
you
doing
might
the commercials.
you might have recognized me when I was ordering through that tin box. I'm
You
Bill
know,
Squire. I'm the
you
one
know
doing
your
your
uptick
commercials.
in breakfast sales. That's because of me. So give me an extra. No, I don't ask for anything that I wouldn't ask. And I'd pay for it anyway.
Bill
But
goes,
also they gave me a gift card.
if it weren't for me, people would be asking you for this thing at all hours of the day and night. I'm the one making sure they know it's only at breakfast hours.
All those angry emails about not having all day breakfast. That's me, buddy.
That's all me. That's right. Okay, let me break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and you can watch, if you like, at AlanCoxShow.com.
At this very moment, the biggest stars in music are clearing their calendars. Travel arrangements
100.7 WMMS.
Good one, boy.
It's not funny anymore.
He just shakes his head every
Those are
time.
your words. I don't know why you're all salty about it. It's really funny, boy. Yeah, spring starts tomorrow. I had no idea. I read that May is the sunniest month, but the longest days are in June. A little fun fact for you. For you calendar nerds.
Isn't the hottest August?
Stickiest.
No clue. Stickiest? That's a weird...
Most humid.
Because you're sweaty and sticky. Yeah.
I know. That was a weird way to kind of,
August is sticky.
Farmer's Almanac. Where is the stickiest month of the year?
Yeah.
Right. Well, if you're one of Poundcake's roommates, it could be any of them.
I didn't, I know this is going to sound so stupid, but...
I'm hoping.
So last summer, when my boyfriend and I started dating again, we would walk down to the park. It's about a mile from my house and watch the sunset. Cute little, little sunset-y date. And as the summer went on, I was getting increasingly frustrated because we kept missing the sunset until he finally told me, he's like, you do realize that the sun sets earlier and earlier as the year goes on. I was like, well, I guess I didn't think about that.
And don't you have a weather app on your phone? It tells you when the sunset is.
I do, but for whatever reason, I had it set in my mind because we started dating in like June. I was like, oh, we have until like 9:30 that we can go, or 9 o'clock because the sunset's so late. So we wouldn't leave my apartment until like 8:15 or 8:30, and then we'd get there and we'd have like 2 minutes. And then
because I think the longest day is June something, 21st.
Something like that.
Yeah, so then obviously they're getting progressively shorter.
But we went in it was probably like August, and we stopped and got like a burger on the way, and by the time we got to the burger spot, the sun was pretty much already down.
You're wasting all this time, man.
I was so mad, and he was like, I didn't want to try to make you feel stupid or anything, but like the days do get short. That's why the sun sets at 4 p.m. in the winter. And I was like, I knew it was the winter was different.
Listen, I don't want to make you feel stupid. Right. All right? I don't know how to tell you this.
But you're kind of dumb.
Honey, listen, I want us to be together, okay? But you got to get this whole vernal equinox thing figured out.
It's not that hard.
Cavaliers play tonight. They're here at home. They are on a one-game winning streak.
Pretty good for them.
Is that a winning streak?
It is for them.
Cavs, yeah.
When you're 14 and 28, it is. You're looking for every possible W you can pick up. So tonight, they're hoping to increase that streak to a solid 2 against the San Antonio Spurs. Tonight at the Romo Fijo, 7:30 is the tip-off. So Cavs Live, your pregame, will start at 7 o'clock sharp tonight on WMMS. I saw that the FCC got a bunch of complaints about Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion. You what?
I said that on my podcast. I said I'm sure they're probably going to get some complaints for the FCC if they haven't already. Called it.
Okay. I'm here talking and he's yelling over me. What's going on? The FCC has gotten complaints. You were right, Poundcake. They've gotten complaints over Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion scissoring each other at the Grammys, which, listen, in years past, you expect that the FCC would get some complaints. This one I kind of get, because if you were just clicking around and you saw that, you'd be like, wow, that is, don't get me wrong, I loved it. But, it doesn't rise to the level of, some of the other complaints in years past that they've fielded.
But they
felt more like people just looking for something to complain.
I always feel like it's not genuinely people that watched it. I feel like it's people hear about it on...
Or they watch
different
the clips.
Things. But I don't even think they watch the clips. I think they'll hear about someone bellyache and be like, is this the role models we want for our daughters? And then they go, we must complain to the FCC now.
They need to be consistent, though, because the same night, did you see Dua Lipa's performance?
I did.
Okay, so hers was just as suggestive. No, she was not scissoring, but she had her legs wide open. And
well, I think as a solo artist, they probably expect a certain degree of skin, and you're dancing around. But Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion,
I gotta watch that.
Really? Yeah, you got to. I mean, again, we're not talking. They always try to make it sound like it's just waves of people. You're talking like 80 emails they got from people, So
out of millions of people that watched.
Yeah, of course, it's not a broad swath of the country, but I always like when they will. Reprint the complaints. I enjoy those because obviously they all kind of fall into the same. What are kids?
Question.
As if people cared about kids. Yeah.
How many complaints do you have to get before they get fined? Because clearly by you saying that, I mean, 80 emails, I mean, that would be a lot for like, you know, a local TV station. But
for national
broadcast,
yeah.
like how do you know where it's to the point where, okay, well, we have to fine you for this? Like a Janet Jackson size fine.
How much did she get fined?
Well, it was I think the NFL got fined, and that's why she got blackballed for so many years.
Yeah, except television and radio were treated differently, and this was the problem after that Super Bowl thing, is that because it's much harder to find, maybe not harder to find television networks and television stations, they just have pretty deep pockets. And so if they go, we're going to fine CBS for this, they go, okay, and they write you a check. They started using radio stations as piggy banks, where they would just say, okay, because there was such an outcry over the Janet Jackson thing, they basically turned themselves over to radio stations and said, okay, we know that you guys have nothing to do with this, but from now on, anything we don't like, you get what's called an NAL, which is a notice of apparent liability. And that's the letter that your station will get and go, you guys are potentially on the hook for some trouble here. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times it amounts to nothing, but I don't know how many complaints you have to get. Certainly more than 80.
I was going to say, right. Like Howard Stern was like the guinea pig for all that, for like the FCC complaints and stuff like that, and getting fined.
But that was years in the making, and that was a concerted campaign on the part of religious conservatives trying to get him off the air. So that was essentially the company that he worked for writing a check and saying, get the hell off our, get off our ass, here's some money. It still amounts relatively to extortion and using radio stations as piggy banks. But, radio stations want to continue doing business, and so under those circumstances, they'll say, fine, take this and shut up. Because it's not the FCC's job, despite what people think, it's not the FCC's job to regulate content. It's their job to regulate frequencies. It always has been. Somewhere along the line, it became accepted that they were the ones handing out fines for things that they didn't like, or that a couple of people didn't like, or people that were politically aligned with them didn't like. This network should face very stiff penalties, wrote one Idaho viewer.
Stiff.
Oh, there were some stiff penalties while I was watching that. The penal system was very much paying attention to that. Mm-hmm. The Grammys need to require the artist not to be performing any type of sexual acts, by the way, and require clothes to stay on. Now, again, this goes to the question of what do you consider to be a sexual act? Were they performing a sexual act? They were not. Did they have clothes on? They did. Were they stripped down to bra and panties? They were not. No, they were dressed like the women in like 300.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They had metal bras on. Armor.
And if you know anything about video games, that's very, very good armor.
I don't know anything about video games. Were they wearing good armor? It seemed to be protecting all the important parts.
The vitals. But so anytime a female character in a video game gets an armor upgrade, it seems to be more scantily clad armor. It seems to cover less, but it works better.
Yeah, you're never going to find a female in those games in like full chainmail.
Exactly. Yeah. It's always just a bustier and some short, panties or short, just something that's like you're seeing the whole leg.
I assumed.
But you can't do damage against it.
I assumed that was because they needed to be properly ventilated in those games. They're running around, it's hot, Certainly doesn't seem to provide much protection, though. If more of you is exposed, boy, that seems to be counterproductive for what you're trying to do in those games.
I'm just going with how they work in the games. And
it's lighter, so you can run faster.
Yes, but it's the damage that it will receive. So it'll take more damage, even though it's covering less.
Some of the people who wrote letters and complained referenced cancel culture, of course, and wondered why WAP could be performed at the Grammys while Dr. Seuss had been canceled. Again, Dr. Seuss, not canceled, but you figure out where those people are getting their ideas.
Wait, so you're saying that Dr. Seuss wasn't canceled?
No, Bill.
Then who started this campaign to get those 6 books that we never heard of taken off the shelves?
There was no campaign to do that.
Oh, there wasn't a campaign to do that.
The company that prints them.
Dr. Seuss was supposed to do the performance with Cardi B, and he got canceled from that, if that's what they're...
Plus, he died 30 years ago, too, so that didn't help.
Well, that's what everybody's upset about. They're like, I thought Dr. Seuss was going to WAP, and now Megan Thee Stallion, so...
It was macaroni in a pot. And then it was wop, wop, wop. Said the Cardi B.
Said the sneezels to the breezels. What has a school made kids read the lyrics to? When has a school made kids read the lyrics to WAP? I get it. WAP might be a little vulgar, but stop comparing a song to books that have racist content, said somebody who did not agree with those criticisms.
And those books weren't the ones, like, again.
It wasn't Green Eggs and Ham.
It wasn't the most popular Dr. Seuss books. It was these ones that nobody even knew about. There wasn't anybody's favorite Dr. Seuss's books.
I'll tell you what they should have done is they should have had Pepe Le Pew grinding on Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B.
That would have made more sense.
Mm-hmm.
They walked under that big stripper heel and got a white streak down their back. And then Pepe Le Pew comes out of nowhere.
That bucket of paint fell right on them, and then they got all messy from that.
Pizza. Out the box, don't need the plate for my wings and pizza. Listen, I'm a double dipper, a finger licker. I keep it all down cause I ain't a quitter. Need a steak and shake, I need a prime rib with some king crab and a big old pig. Take me to Buc-ee's, call it a date. Give me some fudge and a barbecue plate. I made a career, I'm smearing some cake all over my titties. Nah, they ain't fake.
What?
I thought that was the kid.
All right. So I went too deep into the song.
It's not the kids' version, it's just a different version.
Well, there's a kid in the video. It's just a kid dancing around in her bedroom. All right.
It's Friday.
Wings and pizza.
Yeah. Alan Mary not getting the whole daylight thing is as bad as Erica not understanding time zones.
No, I once... I don't know why I thought it went by seasons. I didn't think... I was like, oh, it's summertime. The sun sets later. I wasn't thinking that as the summer progressed into fall...
Well, the sun does set later in the summertime.
Yes. So I wasn't thinking that when we started going to the sunsets, it was June, and now it is August, and the sun was setting earlier. It just didn't occur to me. I understand how it works.
You thought that as soon as summer hit, you were going to get the same sunset for 3 months.
I guess. I don't know. It's very stupid. Yeah.
All right.
Whatever.
That's fine. Listen, we're all
not
just
the same.
We're all trying to understand where you're coming from. That's all.
It just is one of those things I didn't think about because by the time we got there, it was like 45 minutes earlier. I'm like, how did we miss it? What the heck?
Man, when am I going to figure this out? I feel like yesterday it was even later.
Right.
Or earlier. Whatever. Whichever direction time is moving. It's a flat circle.
Easy.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there anytime. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, Caleb, and Ken listening on the podcast from yesterday. I'll just start by saying I'm a Poundcake fan. I'll still be a Poundcake fan after this. I've looked past a lot of things like the floating bag that watching them toss off. I want to be engaged so I can turn it down. All these things, the horrible mispronunciations, Porto Vallarta, things like that. God damn it, dude. I cannot get past the haunted train from Hey Arnold from 15 years ago. Come on, just do better. Love you, bye.
Why is that what stopped him? The haunted train from Hey Arnold?
I don't know.
Why is that what put him over the... You were saying yesterday you don't like to ride trains because of the haunted train in Hey Arnold.
It scared me.
Right.
But it still scares you? Like, that's...
Yeah, how long ago was that? How old were you?
I don't know. I was young.
I'm
We're
good.
all gonna die! We're all gonna die! I do believe in mad engineers! I do believe in haunted trains! I do! Oh, why must I be cursed with such an inquisitive nature?
Hey! The lights! The zone of darkness. Next stop is, are you pointing down?
Yeah, that's terrifying. Okay, well, there you go. I hope that wasn't too triggering for you.
It wasn't
I hope that didn't
pleasant.
cast your... hope that didn't cast your... You must have been really young.
I don't know. I don't
really
remember.
Young.
That was a long time ago, but like...
I've heard to stick with you to the point where you won't ride a train now.
And I said I don't like, they scare me. Like trains that go out into the woods, I don't like. City trains, that's fine. But like, I'm afraid that I'm going to be sitting on a train and then like I see something like in the forest running, like, and...
Where do you think you're going to take
You
a
mean like
train?
Shatner in the Twilight Zone?
I never watched Twilight Zone, so I don't know.
Where he saw the little gremlin on the plane. It's kind of a pop culture reference. Has been made a billion times since then. That was in the 60s, but
there's certain phobias. Like I still don't I don't like riding elevators alone. I didn't do that in school for the longest time.
Will you take a window seat on an airplane?
Yeah, I'm not afraid of airplanes. There's just trains out in the middle of the country. I've never taken a train somewhere in the middle of the country.
Trains are a lot of fun, boy.
I don't like
I
that.
have a lot of
long train
experience
trip
with them.
It's a good time.
I've taken the Rapid a handful of times, mostly drunk, but
Taken it one time in 11 years.
the Rapid?
Yeah.
I used to take it whenever, because I worked downtown, so whenever I had to work on big event days, so like home opener or like St. Patrick's Day or whatever, it was always just easier to take the Rapid instead of worrying about parking.
Oh my God! Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
So to imagine that something that brings that guy so much joy can instill such terror in young Poundcake.
There was a haunted train song at the end that you didn't play.
And was that what put it over the top for you?
I was going to say, was it as terrifying as that little clip that I played there?
Well, yeah, that's what solidified it because I was like, oh, it was haunted after all. Like they just didn't show that part. Like they just weren't on the right train.
The haunted train song.
Were you?
There is no haunted train.
Well, now I didn't say that.
Sometimes late at night, you can hear the whistle wail with a spooky screechy sound, like a wheel gone off the rail. And the spooky clouds you can almost recognize.
Hey, you a bitch.
Yeah, that's a terrifying song, Poundcake. Terrifying. I could see where that would chill you to your marrow. That was the song that did it.
Yeah, that was the end of the episode, and I was like, "Yep, I'm never going into train, and never going on a train."
Now let me ask you this: what other things that are clearly being parodied in animated cartoons have thrown you off doing something in real life?
I don't know. I don't.
That train just sticks out.
Train sticks out because I remember that scared me. I was like, "Oh."
He watched Lion King, and now he won't go to one elephant graveyard.
That I can see.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I don't like hyenas, especially if they sound like Whoopi Goldberg.
I don't like hyenas. Are you worried that you'll come in contact with a hyena, by the way?
No.
Yeah.
I almost got a hyena thigh tattoo.
A what?
Hyena thigh tattoo.
Why?
A tattoo of a hyena's thigh?
Yes, on my
Or a
face.
tattoo on your thigh of a hyena?
Both, actually.
Oh.
No, yeah. It's so ugly, and I loved it so much. And it was like a couple months after I got sober because, like, hyenas are like a matriarchy. So, like, the women are in charge, and they use that laughing sound to signal distress. And I was like, oh my God, I'm a hyena. Like, I use laughing as a defense mechanism. And then I found this picture of this hyena drooling, and I wanted it tattooed on my thigh.
The hyena drooling.
Bad. Well, it's laughing, so it's got its mouth wide open, and it's got like drool coming off its teeth. But instead of getting it tattooed on my body, yes, I had a local artist burn it onto wood. It looks really, really cool. But every time I look at that, I'm like, I'm really glad that I didn't get that tattooed on my
Can
body.
that be the tattoo that your brother gets to remember your dad?
Right.
A matriarchal hyena?
I mean, it looks, every time I look at it, I'm like, that is a cool picture. But I almost got it on my thigh.
Oh, yeah, that would have been weird. That looks familiar. What is that from? It looks...
Nothing. I just like National Geographic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I was...
With its tongue sticking out and the whole
tongue
thing.
sticking out, it's
Yeah.
squinted up eyes, like it's laughing so hard. I'm like, man, I still love the picture. And I was...
Now, why the thigh?
Because it was the only spot I felt like big enough.
Not a back piece.
No, I can't see a back piece.
You need to see it.
I would like to see my tattoo, yeah.
Don't you have a tattoo on your back?
And I hate it.
Ah. Because you can't see it or because it's of low quality?
Both. It looks like a penis. It looks like a penis.
I know that.
Which
It's
is why I'm glad it's on my back. That's the only time it's worked out. Oh, come on.
239? Maybe. All right, I got to take a break. I think you made the right decision.
I think so, too.
Yeah. 35192 if you want to text. If you want to hit us up, go to alancoxshow.com and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on
216-578-1007. If you want to call us up, 800-348-1007. 35192 to text. If you listen on iHeartRadio outside Ohio, tell me where. I'd like to know where you are. Craig's the new bureau chief in Phoenix. Kimberly listens in Asheville, North Carolina. Phil is in Auburn, Alabama. Vicky listens in Brooklyn, New York. Brian is in Dover, Delaware, the city that means well. And Sarah is in Norwalk, Connecticut. So, thanks, gang. Indians fall to the Cubs yesterday. 4-3 was the final there. Indians are having a bit of a tough time in preseason, but whatever. They're going to play the Rockies today. The Mets were all excited because they grabbed Carlos Carrasco. And he's already on the injured list.
Oh.
He tore his hamstring. He's going to be out 8 weeks.
Ooh, that's... Oh,
that is bad news when you get a monster like Carlos Carrasco on your team. They're like, woohoo, Mets! Maybe this year's the year. 6 to 8 weeks, he's out.
We were doing a lacrosse tournament. It was like off season, so like I wasn't warmed up or anything. We just went down. I think it was in late October or November, and it was down in West Virginia. So we go down there and we play 2 or 3 games in one day, like scrimmages kind of thing. And I was having a great day. Like I was like, oh man, this is going to show them that I'm good and I can start maybe, something like that. Having a great, great day. And then I tear my hamstring and it was bad. And I couldn't run again until, like, I didn't play my senior year because I never fully recovered and my grades were terrible. But mostly...
Mostly the injury.
The injury.
Mostly hamstring.
Yeah. Like if I could run... if I could have run, I would have probably stuck with it, but it never really healed right.
Yeah.
So,
well, they still have Frankie Lindor there at the Mets, but Carlos Carrasco pulled his right hamstring running practice drills. And they were just doing some sprints and pulled a hammy. So, boy, you get a guy like that, you want to make sure that he's healthy, huh?
Not pulled.
Tore. Sorry. Yeah, he tore.
Tear's bad.
Yeah. Yuck. So, there you go. But Tribe playing the somebodies today, playing the Rockies. The Rockies of Colorado, who are at about 500 right now. 1 week from today, there will be Indians baseball here on MMS. We will be on from 2 to 4, and then 4:05 is going to be your first pitch out there in Goodyear. And then you've got the season opener on April the something. The 1st, maybe?
I thought it was like the 9th.
April the 1st, I think. Yeah, and then the home opener is that Monday, the 5th. So Indians home opener coming up April the 5th. Trying to get everything lined up for another amazing season down at the corner of Carnegie, Ontario. Is that what they say? Down at the corner of...
Yeah, that's
we
what
are
they say.
underway.
Underway.
Corner of Carnegie and Ontario.
You see Luka Doncic hit on that ref?
Oh, no, that's pretty sweet, though.
See that?
That's a baller move right there.
Yeah. He said something like... It was a GIF when I saw it, but the exchange was something like, she goes, "What foul? What foul?" And he said something like, "Making me fall in love with you."
Oh my gosh.
But a real cute ref. I mean, I didn't know that they had them that young.
I think that's so slick though, like, because I've seen that before where there's players like in the locker room and like the female correspondent will come in like, "How do you feel?" And like they'll pull them, they'll game them live on TV, and she's like, well, okay then. Like, it's not like a Me Too thing. It's not creepy, but she's just like.
And this is also like real cheesy, like corny. If you watch the video, she's like, "Wait, what's going on?" And then she realized what she stepped into.
Yeah,
and it's just like
said.
a cheesy pickup line, and it's very funny.
You never know. That might be how a relationship starts.
It might be how a relationship starts.
Be marriage.
I don't know.
You're looking that far down the road for them?
Worlds collide, though.
I just love when rich and famous people. Or like, well, I mean, not even rich and famous.
An NBA referee is neither rich nor famous, just for the record.
I don't know how much they make.
They are not rich.
Okay, well, don't college refs make a lot of money?
$35,000 a year.
What?
Don't college refs make a lot of money?
Do college refs? I don't believe that they do, no.
Okay. I thought they make like around the same as coaches.
No.
Millions of dollars?
Because they got to be really good at their job, I thought.
No. Well, you're expected to be good at your job. There are a lot of people great at their jobs that don't make a lot of money.
Oh, wait. It says entry-level referees for the NBA earn $600 per game or $250 per year as rookies.
$250 per year?
$250,000, sorry.
I was going to say. I was like,
$250,000 per year. $600 per game, $250,000 per year as rookies. After 3 to 5 years of service, they get a higher salary. Average of $3,500 per game.
Yeah, if you're a senior ref that's been doing it forever, you probably make $500,000 a year.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Really good money.
That's great money. Yes.
Right, but when you're talking about Luka Doncic, who's making $28 million a year. I mean, right? That's. Listen, any one of us would be happy with $500,000. I mean, I don't know how people live on that, but still. I didn't know that they had any young female refs, I guess, in the NBA. I'm not paying that close attention.
Well, so she'd be making 70% of that, but same thing.
She would. Pennies on the dollar, as it were. Sure. Well, that's how you get your foot in the door.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you get next to, that's probably part of the interview proceedings as well. Listen, you'll be exposed to young millionaires at every turn.
Would you like a husband out of this
Are you trying to get your MRS degree? Because you might be able to do it there on the sidelines.
And you're making like 10 times what they make in the WNBA.
That's right.
As players.
There you go. As players. I don't know if people are reading about the NFTs. This is the new crypto scam that's going around to these non-fungible tokens, right? So everybody who kind of not paying as much attention to Bitcoin anymore, this NFT thing is the new scam to get artists to, get rich quick. So they go, oh, hey, you can really make a lot of money by selling a picture of something,
Bitcoin's at about $60,000 a Bitcoin right now, by the way, so it's not exactly being ignored. But,
well, that bubble seems to be deflating a little bit, though, is my point. So you got to...
I think it's going the other way.
I don't know. Nevertheless, the NFT thing, you tell an artist there's a whole bunch of money to be made. I mean, you got to buy some crypto to get in on this, man, And then you get out there and then, oh man, your life will change. That probably won't happen to you, but people are trying to get in on it, because there's most of the money to be made is when people are still kind of confused as to what's going on. Somebody just bought some collection of pictures from the internet for like $69 million or something. And, you don't own them. You just have basically a key that gets you to them on the internet or whatever. There's a guy who is selling his farts.
What?
Because he's like, why not? A guy in New York, he's selling these NFTs of the recordings of his fart over the past year. He's been recording them in lockdown and pandemic times, and the bidding is around $197. And I think the winning bid gets all of them.
It's up since this morning.
There you go.
Yeah.
If you can sell something, why not sell something?
I'll sell my pubes.
They have to be digital.
Right.
Digital pubes.
That's a physical. The NFTs are like digital things, right?
So it's audio files of his farts.
Yes.
So him and his friends were they were in a group chat on WhatsApp, and they were sending farts to each other. So he has all these files of farts from when lockdown started, and he goes, you know what? Let's put this year of lockdown farts on the internet as an NFT. And now it's up to $200.
Mm-hmm. You could own that. You could own all year.
That's
Why
about
do you
$6
want that?
right there.
You could own the entire year's worth of...
I don't understand, man.
The whole thing is a 20-minute, year-long super cut the cheese, if you will, that he will sell... Right? Well, short and sweet, I guess, that one. And... so anyway, the guy's out there and people are bidding on it, and he's very pleased.
As any red-blooded American, if there's an opportunity, I want to seize it. And if there's an opportunity to get rich off farts, I'd be crazy not to jump on that. At the same time, I can't help but revel in the fact that somebody might pay actual money for not even a fart, the idea of a fart, because these NFTs aren't farts. They're just digital.
Well, it's not the idea of a fart. I mean, you do have recordings of his flatulence. It's not just the idea. You're getting them. So from that perspective, I don't see a problem with that. Why not? It's not his fault that people want to buy them. It's a novelty. And it really takes the burden off of you to create your own. You can just buy this, guys. You go, why am I going to change my diet or not change my diet?
You have a pretty good collection of farts.
Who, me?
Yeah. Not just the ones that...
They're for professional purposes.
Right, but I'm saying, like, that would probably raise their value. Especially the ones that you folied, because, I mean, it's not a true fart, but they might not
It's
know
a
the
one of a
difference.
kind.
Yeah, it's one of a kind.
Alphanumeric strings that represent ownership. It's like buying a certificate that says one fart. If I were to try and sell a piece of paper that said fart, people would very likely call it ridiculous. But now in the context of NFTs, people are dying to buy these things that aren't pieces of art themselves. They're just signifiers. It's like a provenance. It doesn't actually contain anything.
Provenance.
So I can just click a few buttons and say, this fart is for sale, and somebody can buy it.
Yeah. There you go. That is money in the bank, son.
Here I am giving it away for free on Instagram, and I could be making money.
Yeah. Give it away now. Why are you giving it away for free?
Well, I did the stairwell fart a long time ago before it was...
Before NFTs were even a
before you could
thing.
really monetize it. So
Yep.
now I have to rethink my whole strategy.
Now, do you think that you could retroactively do it? Do you think that you could...
Retroactively? Yes.
Could you do that? Could you go back and sell that?
I think that one's already out there, so I think I'd have to create a new one. And it'd have to be, I think I could figure something out.
Okay.
I'm willing to, dip my toe in.
Poundcake got that digital taco meat.
You can hear me like play with it and then record it.
There you go.
It's a little scruff there.
Like scratching?
Yeah, that's no different than this guy.
I
Why
tell you
not?
what, porn is no fun without any sound. Like no one wants to watch porn if they can't hear it. You want to hear the slapping sound, so sell that stuff.
I mean, listen,
if you don't want to make a sex tape.
Ideally, I think you're right, but you can't say porn is no good without sound.
Yeah.
It might be less enjoyable.
I don't wanna watch
but
it.
it'll get the job. Understood. I'm just saying.
Better with sound.
In a pinch, it'll get the job done.
If there was a video of like the hottest couple you've ever seen, and then I found out that video had no audio, I'm like, well, I don't want to watch this anymore.
But couldn't the audio also ruin it?
No.
I've accidentally stumbled on British porn before and been like, oh, come on.
Order. Give it to me, order.
Yeah, she's like, put it in my funny.
Order.
I don't want to hear any stupid music, that's for sure. I don't want to know your music taste while you're like stroking, that's for sure.
You don't want to know their music taste.
No.
But that brings you into their world.
I don't want to hear I want to hear the sounds of
You're looking for the
lovemaking.
fantasy. You don't want to hear the...
I don't want to hear.
This is the young guy talking about pornography where they're used to, first of all...
Would this be sexy music for a porn if you were watching it?
If it was just this, then I would be okay with that.
Do me order.
Yeah, she's a good girl, isn't she?
All right. Put it all the way in it. Say again, William.
So when, watching pornography that was on like VHS tapes and stuff like that, there was a whole genre of music called porn music.
Yeah.
It was all like that funky bass stuff, and you just, like, you'd hear that, and you'd be like, oh.
It's going down.
Something's about to go into something.
It was preamble.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't be through the whole thing. It would be like,
But it'd be enough.
Did somebody order a pizza? And then she'd open the door and he'd go, did you order a pizza? I didn't, but...
Extra sausage.
I might need you to look at my pipes. And then the music would start. Oh, okay. It was like a time cue.
So stupid.
What's stupid? Did they give you musical accompaniment, or that the pizza man never actually had pizza?
Hey, they were filmmakers back then.
That's right.
You
That
ever
was
see Boogie
cinema.
Nights? Yeah.
Cinema verite.
I don't want to hear music.
You want to hear the
I'm
noises.
with you, but I'm just saying you didn't used to have the options that you have now. So you're spoiled because there's so many options.
I'm very spoiled.
Didn't
Like-
used to be that way. So you got to just appreciate that, hey, maybe it's the hottest couple you've ever seen and there's no sound. So you just make do. Or you lived in a house where you couldn't have the sound up and you couldn't be putting headphones on because somebody might sneak up behind you while you're on the computer.
I'm aware.
And so you have to have sound down.
These kids have no
Yeah,
idea how
they don't
good they have
appreciate
it. You know, they're whacking off in front of haunted grocery bags and the whole thing. We were like in a bunker. We had to. It was like battle conditions. You had to make sure you were alone, and there was no. You had to wait for the picture to fully buffer all the way.
Explain them why you're out of printer ink again.
I I
So
wonder
much printer ink.
how many kids like my age pretended that they wanted a portable DVD player because they wanted to watch, said favorite movie. In reality, they're like buying a portable DVD player just so they can like toss off.
Well, you can do both. You can watch your favorite movie, and then you can put a porn DVD in.
But that's just what they told their parents. Like, oh, I just want to watch whatever movie. And they're like, okay, we could get you for that for your birthday or for Christmas. That back when portable DVD players were the thing. And then they're like, all right, I'm gonna go find someone to traffic a porno or something.
Traffic.
Hey, he did it in school. He was the kid selling those kids the porn. He was probably responsible for the uptick in sales of portable DVD players at his school.
So I don't know if I was a late bloomer or if it's a female thing, but I didn't start watching porn until college.
I don't think a lot of girls do.
Yeah, and you guys are talking about hiding from your brother, 12 years old? Younger than that?
Because once 11 hit, first of all, I think that the if I can speak for the ladies.
Yeah,
I'm not
please do.
I'm not mansplaining here. I'm just saying that based on my experience talking to girlfriends about it, is that you guys weren't just nonstop horn dogs, and thereby the porn wasn't that much of a necessity. Once we hit 10 or 11, that's all we're doing all the time. So, well, what do you want? I mean, it just is what it is.
I literally was terrified the first time I went because I was like, something's wrong. This isn't supposed to feel like this good, but then something's leaking and it doesn't look normal. But what am I gonna do? Ask my mom what's wrong? So I was so terrified.
Well, I already knew what everything was because my parents had the talk with me really young.
My mom did not have that talk.
Yeah, really young. So I knew what everything was. It was just that once you're in for life.
But it doesn't look normal, though. Like, when you're that young, I don't remember the first time I did it because I had to be like...
Well, that's because no one explained it to you.
I had to be like 11 or 12. What am I going to do? Ask my brother?
Your mom, the nurse, never had the sex talk with you?
She's too tired.
They also explained it, I feel like, in school. I knew enough, but I was
also
also
like... teach it in school.
Not in Catholic school, they didn't.
Well...
They're like, keep your legs together and you won't get pregnant. Pray to Jesus.
I was a late bloomer and also... Mormon, I was terrified of it. I was like, I'm never going to do that because that's something God doesn't want me to do. So I didn't do that until I was 16 years old, way late in the game.
Wow.
And then once I did, I felt so much guilt. I felt terrible about it, but I was just like, I got to see if I can do this.
Shame. I was kind of in a similar boat because my two best friends on my street, they were older than me. They were 4 or 5 years older than me. And they told me about it and showed me how. Not in I don't know how to describe it in
they
were like, this is how you would do it if you wanted to. And then I went through this phase where I would just wait to be alone and then I'd hump anything. The couch, a pillow, it didn't matter what it was. I was probably
dude,
10 or 12. But I didn't even know porn was, honestly, I didn't even know it was a thing until I was in high school.
But even then, I wasn't watching hardcore pornography. Just a naked picture of a girl was all I needed. So I printed up a whole bunch of pictures of girls just topless.
Black and white?
And then, no, they were full color.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, and that's why we'd run out of printer ink. And my mom was like, we're out of Cheyenne again, or Cyan, whatever.
Cyan.
I'll tell you what
Cheyenne was the girl on the paper.
Yeah, that's right. And one time I tried to quit. I'm going to quit. I'm going to be done with it. So I had
every religious kid goes through that.
And I put all the pictures that I printed up on my bed and just looked at. I tried to take them all in at the same time.
One last time.
And then I took them outside and I burned them. And then later that
night, did you put them in your coffee tin to God?
No. I just burned them in our fire pit. And then I was just like, well, that was a waste of paper because I'm just going to print these right back up within the same night.
I sure hope I bookmarked all of those.
We're talking about SEX in front of the CHILDREN.
Sex cauldron? I thought they closed that place down.
And then learning about histories on internet browsers, learning about
download
folders, all the different stuff like that. I learned how to use computers because of pornography.
With us, or at least with me, it wasn't about sex or porn or anything like that. It just felt good. And I knew that it felt good and I knew that I liked it. And it didn't even equate to me that that's what that was.
Yeah,
that it was like a sex thing. Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah.
I had a floppy disk.
Yeah, you did.
But it wasn't even porn. I just the trauma of me being a young gay man and not being able to talk to anybody about it. I kept a diary on this floppy disk, and I just would get out I have a crush on this boy in my class, yada yada yada, and then I would save it. and put it on my floppy disk, and I would keep it in my room.
Yeah, it's just a journal.
So that wasn't the problem. But I didn't realize that it leaves little cookies or whatever, like stuff that you saved.
It would have been safer if you had written it in a paper diary and kept that locked up.
It was a shared computer, and we had like a cheap computer, so we didn't have our own profiles. So my brother opened up like the browser and it said recently used, and I labeled it the C word. And my brother was like,
Cody?
"What are you doing looking at C's on the internet?"
Oh, so not Cody.
No.
Cake.
Ends with an S.
Cakes. All right, I've got to take a break. Next chance for you to grab some money, by the way. We are going to double your stimulus. All that stimulating talk. Double your stimulus. $1,400. I'll have a keyword for you coming up at 3:30.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free
Women's History Month. Great stations powered exclusively by females, like iHeart Country Women, Women of R&B, Women Who Rock, and many more. Playlists personally curated by some of the most influential women in music, like Churches, Laura Jane Grace, and Carly Simon. Plus, tons of featured podcasts like Ordinary Equality, The History Chicks, and the iHeartRadio Podcast of the Year winner, Office Ladies. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
To pee or not to pee? Whoops, I already started.
The Alan Cox Show is back
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, you want to call us 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. That'll work too. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. The latest Poundcake podcast is up there for you as well. Have you got any feedback on this week's episode?
They like it, and they said it's entertaining.
Mm-hmm. That's all you can ask for, really.
I think this one was a lot more put together. I think I was very, manicured with my words.
What?
Manicured?
What, bitch?
That's not a thing?
What, bitch?
Okay, guess not.
I mean, it is for your fingers and for lawns. Manicured with your words. What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I think it just, the conversation just flowed, and it was shaped and molded quite well. No?
Okay.
Manicured, I guess.
The way the episode went, I don't know. I just feel like I tied a lot of stuff in. Like my transitions were a lot better. I'm noticing that.
Okay.
It was manicured.
Okay.
No.
Hey, listen,
You trimmed the cuticles on it.
There you
and
go.
Painted it pink.
Sure. It was buffed.
Ended with a nice hand massage.
High gloss finish.
I didn't realize that.
Well, if you like your, I'll tell you what, if you like your podcast a little bit more raggedy, better avoid that Poundcake podcast, though. It's nice and manicured over there.
It's a double-edged sword, though, because I didn't realize. I thought you were just going to be taking clips from me on this show. Now I have to Now I have to watch my words when I do my actual podcast.
No, I don't know that I'm going to be doing that on a regular basis. That one just jumped out at me because I was kind of listening to a little bit of it, and that one jumped out at me.
Okay.
No, trust me, I do not have the time to go through your weekly podcast looking for weird things you say.
I'm special.
You say enough things on the show that I can pull from.
What, bitch?
But that jumped out at me. Even though you say stuff like that on this show all the time.
I'm going to be in the electric shower.
What?
The Sharon Osbourne thing. I feel like I'm going to be put in the electric shower.
Oh, that's his British accent,
Yes,
Bill.
obviously.
Yes.
I see.
Duh.
Alan, what's that auction site? I'm glad you asked. It is Bid on CLE, by the way. You have until Monday at noon. So maybe take a bit, get on the laptop this weekend and look around. We do these online auctions every so often throughout the year, and there's always great stuff that you can grab on the cheap. Like, for instance, there's a super high-end grill that is on there.
Are there any farts?
Not that I've seen.
Okay.
No, I haven't seen, and trust me, I looked. The super high-end grill on there, current bid is $1,500, which is dirt cheap for that grill. So let's say nobody else bid on it for whatever reason. You would abscond with that grill. But there's automobiles, and they're in all kinds of areas of your life. There's clothing and jewelry and travel stuff.
Manicures?
Yes, manicures.
Manatees?
Not manatees.
No.
Nope.
No farts or manatees?
Did you mean to say, Poundcake, that you were hoping your co-host would be a manatee?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm a manatee.
Too much pizza. So, okay, so the Poundcake podcast was more manicured this week.
Yeah.
Okay. Alan Cox Show After Hours line, we always get messages there from people, and they really run the gamut, too. I'll say 100% of the messages I got over St. Patty's Day are not going to be aired. People would just call and go on and on and on about nothing. And they run the gamut from people who leave really short messages and other people who I don't know if they think I'm their therapist or what it is. Nevertheless, I always appreciate you taking the time to leave a message. It is 216-986-8903 to do that.
I got a new used car last week, and whenever anybody asks me, hey, what'd you get? I have to think so hard and try not to say, I got a Mercury Mulan. and it does have cruise control, by the way.
That guy's got your car.
I looked, but I don't see it. I tried it. I looked on the way home. And I'm too afraid to experiment on the highway.
Why don't you Google where is the cruise control on an, what is it, an 06?
Yeah, it's an 06.
On an 06 Mercury Milan. It's a Milan, right?
Milan, yeah.
I'm with him. We've said Mulan so often.
I say it too. I say it over the phone. Whenever I'm picking up food, they're like, and what is the make and model of your car? Or like a Mercury Mulan? They're like, excuse me, what? I'm like, Milan. They're like,
Milan, a Milan. What's the mileage on your Milan? Yeah, he did. Cruise control, where it's got to be on there, right? Door lock switch, circuit opening relay, panel dimmer.
This is what happens this is my problem when I buy a car from like a private person, like rather than a dealership, because I don't think I have a owner's manual. I don't think it came with that.
Dude, I bought my car from a dealership and it didn't have a spare key.
I don't have a spare key. I don't have a manual.
They're like, we bought it from an auction, so it doesn't have any of that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure someone died in my car.
By the way, I
paid my car cash.
Even though you have a car that a bunch of other people might have and their car has cruise control, there is every possibility that your car just doesn't have cruise control.
I'm aware of that. That's what I'm saying. I don't think mine has it. And
I would still think it would be weird in an 06 if you didn't.
And mine's like the sports whatever, the sports sedan or whatever, because it has the racing strip at the bottom, like the Mercury along the bottom of it. So that's a certain edition of that car. So it might not come with cruise control, even though you have a same make and model.
Okay.
And year. So I looked, and I was like, I'm not about to keep looking at my steering wheel, because they said it was on the steering wheel. I was like, I don't see anything on here. And I'm not about to just keep pressing buttons on the highway before I mess something up.
Next commercial break, we're going down to look.
Okay. And swerve into a lane that I don't need to be in.
You definitely don't want to swerve into a lane that you don't want to be in. Right.
I'm lucky if my car starts. Like, it's okay, I'll press the pedal. I'm not pressed.
Yeah, I don't know where it is in your car. It says you have to tap the brake to turn it off.
Well, yeah,
but I don't know where your switch is.
It looks like it would be on the steering wheel.
And there are buttons on my steering wheel, but there's a volume key.
Are the pictures like rubbed off? Yeah, there should be one that would say set and resume. It would just be a cruise control switch.
But it doesn't say cruise control.
No,
there might be.
It won't say that. It says set and resume.
Okay, well then that might be it. But again, I didn't want to experiment if that was not it.
What did you think?
What were you worried that? Right.
I don't know. Maybe
all of a sudden, like a rocket.
It's an eject button, and I just go through.
I know it's James Bond's car.
He's like, resume what? And start anything.
But don't you have to go a certain mile an hour to get?
It's like 25.
But I need to see my car's resume.
No owner's manual in here. Yeah, it shoots oil out the back like a
fine. We'll go down
the license plate
at the brake.
I don't know what the minimum is for cruise control, but I don't know that
it's
you would
like 25.
Well, right, but I mean, again, if you're on the highway,
so he won't use it,
and it's 65, you set it for 65, and you're good to go.
When I was drunk, I'd use cruise control.
That's probably a great time to use it
because I would be driving and be like,
you had
I'm
the
not
foresight
going,
to do that.
Yeah, I'm not going 1 mile per hour. I'm not giving them one reason to pull me over in this.
That's why somebody, well, let me give away this money and I'll read this letter based on something Bill said yesterday. We're going to double your stimulus. You have about a half a dozen chances every day over the course of the next couple of weeks to do this. You don't even have to get a legit stimulus from the government, right? You can still get $1,400 here. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard has your chance to win $1,400 now. Double your stimulus. Text the nationwide keyword money to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's money to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Got a letter from Ben. He said, I like the premise that you guys outlined, it's mostly Bill, about an alternative way to run drugs. You use a minivan full of kids. Because we were talking about that minivan that was, I think we were. Am I imagining it, or did we talk about that minivan that they pulled over? I think it was in Ohio, where it was packed with pot.
Oh,
And
yeah,
they got
we talked about that yesterday.
Pulled over for like a random traffic stop or
Yeah.
something. Not random, but he didn't use his signal or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or a tail light was out or something.
Use a minivan full of kids who are decoys. Get an unaccomplished wheelman. That's what we're talking about. Is driving.
Yeah.
You just need somebody that's
Yeah, they always want
It
somebody
was about
that
movies.
Yeah.
We were talking about movies.
Drive the speed limit. Obey the rules of the road. No cops are going to go. That's the one with drugs in it. Once people forget about We're the Millers, this new play. I think people forgot about We're the Millers.
Yeah. It's forgotten
as they were watching the movie.
There's The Mule with Clint Eastwood, which I never actually saw, but I remember them talking about on Saturday Night Live, where John Mulaney saw it with Pete Davidson, and they talk about there's like 2 threesomes in that movie where he, the 90-year-old man, has threesomes.
Yeah. Well, that movie was a true story. He was an old guy who,
good for
a
him.
World War II vet, who was a drug courier in the 80s for one of the Mexican cartels. I don't know if the threesomes were dramatic license.
I think the director probably put those in there.
Yeah.
Because the director was Clint Eastwood.
But see, that's why I can't be like a getaway guy. Like, just with my anxiety alone, I can't play it cool at a traffic stop. Like, I'm already nervous because I'm like black and gay and I'm like about to get pulled over and get a ticket. You want me to smuggle drugs?
I get the black part, but if you're scared at a traffic stop, where does the gay part come in?
Because like I try to deepen my voice when I talk to like, hi, officer.
No. You're talking about you're scared at a traffic stop.
I don't want the police officer to be a homophobe. And if he hears me talk.
But that's if you get pulled over.
Mhm.
You said you're scared at a traffic. You're talking about like a traffic stop or at an intersection stop?
If I get pulled over.
If you get pulled over, okay.
If I get pulled over, I'm like, be as straight as possible, talk as as proper as possible.
As manicured as possible.
As manicured as possible.
No, that might be more gay.
Hi, officer. How are you?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Cody. I live right up the road.
So you think it would work in? I would think. I'm just spitballing.
I'm one of the good ones.
I would think if you were worried because you're black, you're black, so you're inherently worried. That I get. I would think it might work in your favor if you didn't try to butch it up.
Why?
I don't know. You might come across as more penitent.
No.
You might come across as more, if you're nervous, I don't know. You have a jitteriness about you that I think might be endearing to somebody who pulled you over. They just want to get out of there. They just want this interaction to be over. They just want to go, hey, be careful, man. I mean, you're not somebody who looks like you're going to pose a threat.
But that's the thing. If I get pulled over, it's going to be for something stupid. It's not going to be because I'm speeding. It's going to be because I was trying to change the Celine Dion song and I ran a red light or something, or my tail light's out.
Yeah, not something stupid.
Ran a red light. Something stupid like
it was
I ran
yellow
a red
when
light.
I went through, officer.
Uh-huh.
I just live right up the road, though. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, don't run any red lights.
Not planning on it.
Okay, well, for somebody who goes 40 miles an hour on the highway, you can't be running red lights.
I did that the other day. Have you ever done this? I was sitting and I wasn't really paying attention. I was just kind of like looking around or whatever. And
while you were stopped?
Yeah, and the turning lane started to go, so I started to go.
Because
you're just like in your peripheral vision, you see them go, and then I'm in the middle, like, no! I just sped up and laid on my horn. My dad would always do that if he was going through a yellow light. He would lay on his horn. I don't know
To let people
to
know.
let people
that
know,
he's
I
going
guess.
through, yeah.
But I was already halfway through before I realized I was the only one in the middle of this intersection. It was very scary.
I hate people behind you who honk a millisecond after
yes.
it turns green.
man.
My sister does
Like,
that.
you can't possibly have anywhere that important to go because you're behind me and I'm not going anywhere important.
There was a car today on my way in that made me almost want to track them down and get their license plate number because it was such an unsafe move. I mean, I didn't because that seemed ridiculous. But so over there on 117th and Berea, there's a divider.
That's a very bad intersection.
Yeah, and there's so I was in the centermost lane, and then there's it's not a turn lane, but there's room for a turn lane, but it's all yellow lines where it's just
it's like a middle turn lane.
There. Well, it's like a middle turn lane, but there's no actual turn lane there.
Okay,
but there's enough for an actual lane, and this guy zips around me and 2 other cars to go, so he doesn't have to stop at the light.
He goes on your left,
on my left,
yeah.
And then up around me, and then swerves around another car, and he's just flying down 117th. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? This is like such a busy, dangerous area
Mm-hmm.
to be driving like that.
And you almost, for half a second, you were like, I'm going to chase him.
I was going to follow him because he turned into the giant eagle over there. And I was like, I might just follow him in there and just be like, hey, this guy doesn't drive great.
What does tattling get you, though? Because
That's why I didn't do that.
I was going to say, the cops
They're
aren't
not
going to
gonna do
come
that, right.
out or do anything.
But it was just such a dangerous move because people could have been coming to the intersection because he didn't run the light, but he came close to running the light. But it was just such a dangerous driver that I was like, this is not cool, dude.
I encountered a dick that he shut up.
Weird pause.
338.
He turned before I was turning. Like, we were in the turning lane, and there was a car coming, and I was like, I don't have enough time to turn. He's like, oh, I can make that. And he zipped by, like, I was in front of him, but he turned and zipped behind me and then turned off into the lane. And he, like, it was like a second, and then the car came, and the car beeped at him. And I'm just like, you couldn't wait. You couldn't wait till after the car. So then now I'm behind this guy. I'm like, I saw his plate, and I was like, he's probably smoking a blunt or on his phone or something.
My sister does that thing. Bitch? Where we'll be in the car together and I'm driving, and if we're at a red light, like you said, the millisecond it turns green, she'll go, green. And I'm like, stop it. Like, and she's like, I'm sorry, it's just because I'm used to driving with Mom and she doesn't always go right away. I'm like, I hate it more than anything else.
Listen, if somebody's clearly not paying attention, give them a little honk.
I get that.
But a half a second after it turns,
and we're
like,
sitting in the
no,
car
I know,
together.
same thing. Yeah.
I'll be like talking to her about something. I'll be like looking at her, and I'll be like da 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 da, and she'll be like green. I'm like
Because I
in
mean,
the middle
she's
of the conversation.
clearly not paying attention to you. Right. Yes, I know my colors. I know the rules of the road.
Sometimes I just sit there. She'll say it, and I'll just be like, "Fine, you did this." You
Can
asked
colorblind
me.
people drive?
Yeah, they know they know the order of the lights.
Oh, okay,
you don't
that
have to
makes
know
sense.
the color of it for them to show up. You know, by the way, you mentioned before that you didn't like porn if it had no sound.
Mm-hmm.
What if there was no picture and only sound?
I can do with that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've my brother burnt a CD one time and I stole it.
Of just sex noises?
Yeah, I think he meant. I don't think he realized it was a CD because you have to have a portable CD player or
He thought it was a DVD-R. It was a CDR.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I think he was trying to burn the CD, and he just burned the audio, and he was just like, he was like, all these faulty DVDs I can't sell, or these CDs I can't sell now because it's just audio. I was like, oh, that's
It'll still get the job done.
So I took
Old
one.
school ASMR.
I
Just
took
put your
one.
headphones on.
I act like it was a burnt CD, and I wrote like, Jasmine Sullivan on it, so I could cover it up.
Jasmine Sullivan.
Thank God my mom wasn't like going to church. She was like, ooh, I want to hear some blues or some R&B. She would have heard.
Jasmine Sullivan. She's my new favorite gospel singer.
I'll bust the windows out your car.
Right.
The modern problem is when you turn on a video and you're like, where's the sound? And then you have Bluetooth somewhere else in the house.
Oh, yeah. It's going in downstairs TV.
Yeah.
What was that? Nothing. It's nothing. Check and double check your settings. Okay, I got a break. You want to get a text 35192. If you want to join us on screen, you can. You can watch that. Where you can listen on the iHeartRadio app. 216-578-1007 to get into us, or 800-348-1007. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com. You can shoot me a text, 35192. Sunday morning, if you are up bright and early, it is the Week in Cox. 8 to 10 is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. Bill and Poundcake, I assume, are your hosts.
Yes.
Up nice and early on a Sunday morning. If you are not up early, you can listen to the Week in Cox podcast whenever you get up on Sunday. The show's a little bit longer if you listen to it live. The podcast will take care of you just as well. So if you're not up early to hear the Week in Cox, just get on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast and find the Week in Cox podcast there. I was watching some of that Operation Varsity Blues documentary. It's on Netflix now.
I watched it all.
Did you watch all of it?
I watched it all.
It's pretty wild.
What is it?
It's pretty much about the scandal that shook the entire education system, like higher education system.
It's the Felicity Huffman thing.
They weren't even mentioned about it, really. It was more so.
I thought it was a documentary about the movie Varsity Blues.
I thought it had something to do with football.
No, it was a scandal.
Beak from the Creek is in there and the whole bit.
I don't want your life.
And the thing is that I didn't know. These people knew they were doing something wrong. This whole time I'm like, oh, well,
No, of course they know.
I thought they were getting scammed.
No.
I thought they were getting scammed, honestly.
No, their defense was that they were getting scammed. They knew precisely what they were doing.
The kids, they're taking pictures of their daughter on like a row machine, and they're like, she doesn't even row. Like,
yeah, how is that them getting scammed? They were
I didn't know
actively
that.
trying to deceive these schools. They've got a fictionalized version of it coming out too, which is a little confusing. This documentary's on Netflix, but they've got a version, or is it this one where Matthew Modine plays the guy? Is it back and forth in this thing?
It's back and forth.
Oh, okay.
They have people talking about it that were there, and then the dramatization part.
Oh, okay. I don't know that I've seen any of that yet.
Now, has Matthew Modine been in any movies with Felicity Huffman or Lori Loughlin or anything like that? Because that's pretty funny. If he's acting in a movie about their scandal.
Yeah, he plays that guy, Rick Singer. He plays the guy that was setting all this up.
And that's why I don't understand. That guy could have like skipped town a long time ago and just left everyone hanging. He didn't really get rich off of it. I don't understand what he was doing it for. Like he made money, but he wasn't living a lavish lifestyle from what the documentary said.
No, but there was also an element of this too that has been going on forever. The reason that these people got pinched is because they were famous. But I think to some people, they genuinely didn't really know that they were doing something illegal. Because they're like, look, people get their kids into college all the time by writing a check. Or by saying, I'll name a wing after me, and I'll give you this money. Or, so that's been part and parcel of rich people getting their dumb kids into college for a long time.
And fudging resumes and stuff like that, like kind of being like, oh yeah, and you just have to go through more steps now, whereas you used to just be able to say things because there wasn't as much evidence because of that.
Putting kids on a team, like that would never work with me. Like, oh, my Cody loves basketball. And I'm like, hey, like I show up for my meeting or my interview.
No, but also wasn't it that when these kids got into school, then they like got hurt? Or it was set up so that they would get in that way, but they would never actually be on the team.
Yeah.
I was reading about the story's about a week old now, but it still makes me laugh, about the woman who rigged homecoming for her daughter.
I didn't see this.
No.
In Pensacola, Florida. The mom and the daughter both got arrested because it essentially constitutes wire fraud and computer crimes.
Oh, wow.
The mom, who was...
Computer crimes.
Computer crimes!
Yeah, that's very broad.
Well, that's why you got to be careful. They can get you on a lot of stuff once you start screwing around with computers. And so they were arrested after cops uncovered the plot to tamper with the homecoming election so that the daughter would win.
Rick.
Laura Carroll, who's 50, and her daughter Emily Grover, who's 17, were both arrested. The mom had access to the school district's computer records and accessed them and cast fake ballots for her daughter. And the daughter was bragging about it.
Stupid.
These
Perfect
dumb
crime.
kids. These kids just can't keep their friggin' mouth shut.
My mom ripped it.
So they got charged with a whole bunch of stuff.
Right, okay, but I understand they need to be punished, but does the punishment fit the crime? I don't.
They're doing hard time. 25 years, no parole.
That's what I'm saying.
Maximum security prison.
No parole for rock and roll. They're putting him in the Supermax in Colorado.
But I thought this was the story about how the mom like made a deep fake of like her competitors or something like that.
No, but there was that too, where the mom made deep fakes of the other cheerleaders on her daughter's squad or something.
God.
These moms,
Which
like,
I guess I
don't
didn't.
get it.
I didn't
Like
realize.
deep fakes, like pornography deep fakes, or just.
I think they had them smoking pot and stuff like that. Stuff that would like just discredit them and get them thrown off the team.
I assume, by the way, that they were just using deepfake as a term for like photoshopping. I didn't really read that story. I saw the headline, but it didn't look like a woman who was like well versed in creating deepfakes. What do I know? But this woman in Florida who had access to these school district computers tried to rig the homecoming court election for her daughter, and I think her daughter ended up winning. And so they arrested the mom and the daughter. The school officials noticed that 117 votes for the homecoming court were cast from the same IP address in a very short period of time. That's the thing, boy. If you're not super savvy about this stuff, you're going to get caught. 250 fraudulent votes were cast.
From the same IP
And then
address.
multiple students said that the daughter had been telling them about her mom doing that. Why would you want your friends to know that you were
cheating?
That no one liked you.
Right.
Yeah, dummy. Just, that's not how you crime.
Not how you crime.
Now, did her mom have a Scooby-Doo villain moment where she's like, I would have got away with it if it wasn't for my own dumb kid?
Yeah, they thought that before they pulled the mask off, they thought that the mom was an old man. Thought it was a grizzled grandfather helping his little granddaughter. And the girl's cute. So it's like, she must be really unpopular because it looked like she maybe won last year, or it was a little unclear if she won this year.
Mary, were you ever on like prom court or homecoming court? See, you were that bitch. I would probably would have hated
This is
you if I
why
went
I
to school
stay
with you.
quiet when you guys talk about how hard high school was. Because I
hate
just
you.
sit here quietly.
Listen, I'm happy for you. Like, you know,
I like getting the other perspective.
Well, what do you want me to say? You guys hated me. Like I was.
I
wasn't-
hate anybody.
I'm saying I
No.
wasn't mean to people or
Yeah.
anything like that, but like, yeah, I was cute and I was on homecoming court and I had a boyfriend who was a star basketball player. Like, I mean, I was
Good for you.
My brothers called me Captain High School. I mean, that's just.
Listen, listen, like
That's why I just don't say anything.
K through 8 was the real tough time for me. Once I got to high school, because then you're going to school with like other kids from other schools. It's not just, it was a Catholic high school. So you were getting kids that had come from other schools to go to that high school. K through 8, it was all the same kids you were going to
Yeah.
school with the whole time, right?
For you, yeah.
For me, yeah, right. Because it
We-
was private. It was Catholic school all the way through.
And I was-
so once I got to high school, like I wasn't crazy popular, but I had friends.
Yeah.
And it was fine. But I was not having like the time of my life.
I mean, yeah.
And I don't begrudge people who were, because I'm like, listen, life after that, whether you were popular or not, is going to get progressively harder. Nobody skates all the way through.
Yeah.
So I'm like, if you can have fun for 4 years, good on you. Whatever.
Yeah.
And I looked at school spirit like having Stockholm syndrome. Like I thought,
Yeah.
I'm like, we're in jail and you're cheering for it.
See, I once.
We're in jail.
That was
Well, that's how I
always-
looked at school. Like I hated school. So when people would be like, "Yeah, our team's good. We're gonna go and root our, cheer for the football team," I'm like, "Have fun. I'm not into it."
Those are the two superlatives I always won were most girl spirit and class clown. Always.
Most girl spirit?
Most school spirit.
School spirit.
I was voted most photogenic.
I was not voted anything. I would get left out of yearbook pictures of clubs I was in.
Because you weren't there that day, or you
I
just.
guess.
Oh, man.
No, he was there. He was.
My middle brother.
Attendance was perfect.
My middle brother was homecoming king one year.
Wow.
He was just a cool dude. My middle brother was like, still is, but he was just like, because he drank. And I mean, he was like one of those guys.
Yeah.
And it wasn't me, just wasn't me. So, I wasn't a nerd. I had friends, but I gravitated toward other kids that were not very popular.
Yeah.
That was just, I just felt I wasn't like the dude on the football team.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
If it wasn't for the girlfriends that I had, I wouldn't have any other friends. I think if I didn't have girlfriends, I probably would have never had any dude friends because the dudes would always try to get close to me. So can you talk to Cheyenne for me? No, Cheyenne don't want to be your friend.
Right, but your response is why they were that way. You could have.
I got a picture of her I printed up though.
You could have been the king of your school. The girls liked you. You could have been a mediary for these guys.
They were mean to me. The guys only wanted to be friends with me for me to talk to the girls for them. They're like, hey.
Understood, but then why were they mean to you if they needed something from you?
Because he would respond like, no.
But before, they didn't realize how in I was. I'm like, if you get in good with me, every girl's going to fall in love with you because I'm just going to tell how big your D is, and he's such a nice guy. He never beat my face in, even though he did. I would just talk you up, and girls eat that crap up. But instead, I'm going to tell them that you stank, like, you beat me up, you know, your parents got divorced because of you, all that stuff.
Huh.
And I just had no dude.
Yeah, I wasn't doing that.
Our school's also pretty big too, so there was just so many kids that everybody kind of had their cliques, but it wasn't like, I don't know, I didn't feel like it was that big of a deal to me, at least, like the homecoming, homecoming stuff like that. I feel like everybody just like,
I was
Oh,
really upset when I
that's
didn't
something
win.
that people that are trying to do this certain thing are trying to do, but that wasn't really anything we were involved
But
with.
you're not trying to do anything. That's something you get nominated for. You don't run for that. That's people put your name in the ballot and then you get voted on. At least in our school, you didn't run for homecoming.
No,
queen.
you don't. But it's also it is in any school. It is a relatively small circle of people who are even considered nominated for that. Like you can pick them out who's going to be on homecoming court,
Yeah.
right? It wasn't like I was. It never had even occurred to me.
No, I feel like we
that
had
I
a
would,
pretty wide selection. There was like I think I was the only cheerleader. There might have been one other cheerleader.
Not our school.
And then there was a
Very
girl in
skinny.
band, and then there was like different cliques, I guess, were represented. It wasn't like 5 of all my
You
friends
had a
from the
nerd on
popular
homecoming
kids.
court?
I don't
Here's the
remember.
thing.
Probably not.
She was a nerd, but then she took her glasses off.
Aha!
And pulled her ponytail out.
Yes.
And then people realized, oh, you can be smart and sexy at the same time.
In the movies.
Maybe in real life. Who knows?
I don't think so.
I used to get pulled out of class all the time because I went to a vocational high school and they had the cosmetology salon in the basement. So all the girls would be like, "Ooh, let me cut your hair for you, or let me give you a manicure, or let me, put stuff on your face." So I
See,
was never in class.
Catholic high school was very much, aesthetically, Catholic high school was very much a lot of those reveals. Because we're all in uniforms.
Oh, yeah.
Like, guys were wearing like a jacket and tie. Girls were wearing uniforms. So they were wearing skirts, blouses, vests, right? So if there was a dance or something social,
You had to.
there were all kinds of girls you never would have thought could have popped out. And you
Yeah.
were like, oh my God,
Her?
she looks amazing.
Yeah.
You didn't have a
right.
strict dress code for like proms and homecomings and stuff like that?
I mean, they're still teenagers. You're not going to find dresses with sleeves.
Our teachers would walk around with a flashlight this size and be like, "You got to stay this far apart when you dance."
You went to public school, though. We went to Catholic high school where you kind of knew where the line was. Nobody was coming in with, like, a mini skirt prom dress, like you could smell their piercings, Nobody was. That wasn't an issue at our school. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Alan. Hey, show.
Thank you. What's up?
When I went to school, we had a smoking lounge in our school.
Okay.
It was like 1985.
You mean for students or for teachers?
For students.
Yeah.
So we smoked every day.
Yeah, I don't know how that was for public school. Again, I went to Catholic high school, so there was no way. I mean, if they caught you smoking, they kicked you out. So
we used to have a certain spot where we used to go and smoke all we want.
But this was sanctioned? It wasn't just you and some of your boys behind a tree?
No. For everybody in the high school.
Everybody. So were you over there with teachers?
No, not teachers, just students.
Yeah.
It's like you had to be 18 to smoke.
Mary should know something around there. It was Mid-Park, Korea.
Yeah, I mean, there was the courtyard in Berea where people would talk about they used to go smoke, but that wasn't when I was there in 2004.
No, you're too young for that. This
Yeah.
is 85 when I graduated.
Yeah, so he's a few years older than me then. All right, thank you, Dave. Alan, I was a nerd and I was on homecoming court. I didn't believe it when they announced my name. See, that's the thing, is I feel maybe some people... I always feel like that's
Nominated as a joke.
It's
like
a
the
potentially
Carrie
Carrie
thing,
moment where they're
yeah.
going to drop pig's blood on you or something. Yeah, no, it would have never even... I remember when one of my female friends got on one year, and I was like, oh my God. We couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Because she was cute, but she was still kind of nerdy, and, you know. But yeah, I think my brother won one year, and I was like, wow, there's pictures of him in a dumb crown. And
Yeah.
Whatever, you mad you ain't getting no crown?
No. I was real mad I didn't get a plastic crown.
It's cool to
like
have
you just
forever.
like you walked out of Burger King.
They also didn't do like the presentation at the actual dance. They did it during the football
We
game.
did it both.
Yeah. They never did it at the dance, though.
At
Because
the
I went to
dance, it
homecoming
was-
dance. Like, there wasn't any time where they're like, now let's welcome the homecoming
That's
court.
what we did. It was like a wedding announcement. They had you walk out, they announced the homecoming court, and then the king and the queen had a dance.
Ours was at the football game.
We did it at both, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They announced the winner, and then the next night at the dance, they like announced the whole court, and then the king and queen had their like little homecoming king and queen day. It was like a wedding. That's exactly how they did it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, anyway. That Operation Varsity Blues documentary is fun.
You know, it's not fun. Although a good movie, Cherry.
Yeah,
Did you watch that yet?
I heard it sucked, so I stayed away from it.
Who said it sucked?
Everybody that I read who wrote it up.
Oh, I thought it was a very good movie. I just thought it was really sad.
Tom Holland does not suck.
Yeah, I thought it was... I don't like... That's why I don't read reviews, because I never trust what people like and don't like. I just like to... If I want to watch a movie, I'm going to go in and watch it.
I guess. I mean, if one person says it's no good, but if most of the reviews I read aren't good, I'm like, okay, well...
But usually they have some sort of bias against something where they're like, well, I didn't like it because of this thing. And like, that's why, like, if you go in fresh and you go, well, they told a story. It was kind of hard to watch at times because it's a very depressing story. But I thought the performances were good, and I thought the point was made. Like, I thought it was a decent movie. Yeah, I never understood.
No, I got to
things.
carve out a month to watch Justice League at some
Yeah,
point.
it's gonna
and
take you a while.
I'll figure that out.
They also put all the Justice League cartoons on HBO Max.
I like those.
Those are great.
Yeah, those are pretty good. Yeah. I was reading about, speaking of getting your kid into places, I don't know if that was this kid's situation. There's a soap opera actor named Vincent Arizari. And he's been on like Guiding Light. Your moms might know who this guy is. He's been on soap operas for a long time. And his son is 19 years old, and he's a student at the Citadel, which is a military school, right?
I know exactly where that is.
The Citadel is a military university in
Charleston.
South Carolina. You're right.
Hot
Well,
place.
his son was one of the people charged in the Capitol riot. So not only is he a military student, they catch him on video, and he's the son. He's wearing a MAGA hat, the full dope costume, and he's the son of this soap opera actor. And so now they're contending with this. And of course, the mom and the dad come to his defense and say that he was just there to protect the protest. I love that. Out of all the fakakta defenses you could come up with, the one that you hear a lot is, oh, I had a crowbar in my hand so that I could protect the peaceful protesters. The kid's putting stuff on Snapchat, blah, blah, blah. So you're just breadcrumbing evidence on your own to lead people to you. And they, of course, this actor and his wife said that their son intended no harm and they were swept up. That's the other defense. Everybody just got swept up in the protests.
That Citadel school is a...
The what?
Citadel?
I just said it.
I saw the spelling in my head, but it just sounds like Citadel.
But you know the word Citadel, right?
Citadel. No. But it's very prestigious.
Yes.
And I remember when I was visiting Charleston, I saw all the little boys running around like campus. I was like, oh my God.
They got their dress whites on.
Oh
the whole thing.
my God. Yeah, they were doing like I don't know what they call it with the guns. I don't know what it's like a formation thing, but nice.
The mom said that her son, in fact, stopped to thank Capitol Police from their service. And when he got home from the protest, he cried, saying he didn't expect it to be so violent. But they've got him, climbing through windows with a crowbar. Hey, if you're climbing through the window of a building, chances are it's probably not all that together peaceful. Their kid is also the chairman of the Essex County Teenage Republicans. So, anyway.
What percentage of people do you think did just get swept up? That they were Republicans?
The people who were out on the lawn.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that's not swept up. The people.
No, you got swept up in walking over from Trump's speech to the lawn of the Capitol. If you went in that building...
Okay.
What really bothers me is this is only like 1%.
Especially if you're climbing through a window.
That absolutely 100%.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But
if
I'm
the
saying
door, listen, I could see a little daylight.
Everybody starts running and then you just start running and then you're like, oh crap.
There's that old lady in there where I feel like she was just like, hey, I'm in the Capitol. This is neat. Because then she's like taking pictures and like she's an... I don't think she's there.
Especially if it looks like the cops open the doors for you.
That's what I'm saying.
I could see that. But if you're climbing through a window with a crowbar...
there's no excuse for that. Absolutely.
I was just here to protect the protesters. Cool.
But again, this is only 1% of the people that were actually there. Like the people that are getting caught up now, like they got like 400 people out of 40,000. This is insane.
Well, there weren't that many people there.
It was. They said it was like 40,000 people.
Not in the Capitol.
Not in the Capitol, but at the protest.
Yeah.
I don't even think it was 40,000 people at the protest. It's probably 10 or 15.
Okay.
I think I saw 30.
But they said there are hundreds of people they'll never get because they just let them walk away that day. The cops are like, just get out of here. Just,
we're done.
You rascals.
So if you're one of those people, you got these people have all got to be like looking over their shoulders, wondering, gee, I wish I hadn't put all those photos of me on Snapchat.
FBI coming knocking.
Guess so. Okay, I got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. Next chance for you to double your stimulus. I'll have another $1,400 for you at 5:30 this afternoon.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Mom, who was the drummer for Supertramp? That can't wait.
100.7 WMMS.
Dead blood in the streets, it's up to my ankles. Sheet blood in the streets, it's up to my knee. Sheet blood in the street, the town of Chicago. Sheet blood on the rise, it following
Any
me.
idea who this is, Cody? It's kind of a deep dive, but
I couldn't even begin to guess.
yeah, that's all right. It's the Doors.
Who?
The Doors.
Oh.
Jim Morrison.
I like you said Tudors. I was like, oh.
The what?
Tudors.
The Tudors. No, the Doors. We visited Morrison's grave and we were in Paris years ago. I was never a huge Doors fan, but a couple of tracks I don't mind. I saw that our friend Roy Wood Jr. got an iHeartRadio podcast.
Yeah, I recorded a segment with him.
Did
I
you?
didn't know what it was for. Like, he just told me, I'm doing this podcast. He didn't give me any details, but he wanted to talk about my dad's business and, like, hiring and stuff like that. Because it's called Roy Wood Jr.'s Job Fair. So, yeah,
Right,
awesome.
and I was a little unclear as to what it was about.
I still don't really know.
Okay.
I remember.
But are you on the premiere episode?
I
or?
have no idea if they're even going to use it. I just know I recorded
see.
something with him.
Okay.
Because this is like 7 or 8 months ago. This is
Oh,
a
that
while
long ago.
This is a while ago,
Huh.
yeah.
Well, good for him.
Maybe 6 months ago. I don't know. It's been a while. So yeah, good for him though. And a new special.
Yes, new special. Our friend Tom Papa's got something that's going to drop next weekend, so he's going to check in on the show.
Nate Bargatze had one drop last
Wednesday.
night. He's funny. I'm
Nate
gonna check that out
Bargatze's so
tonight.
good.
Yeah.
I introduced my boyfriend to Brian Regan last night. He had never seen him.
He just came over, and you were
They were in
okay.
town, and
yeah.
I hit him up, and I was like, "Hey, if you want to swing over, my boyfriend's name is Brian. You guys probably got a lot in common."
Sure.
No, his special on Netflix right now, and he loved it. I was like, "This will be a test of our relationship because if you don't like Brian Regan, there might be some issues here."
How cool
Now,
is that
did
venue?
you tell
It's
him
awesome.
that beforehand?
I did not.
Okay.
I just waited to see how he reacted, and he was loving it.
But he also knows you like Brian Regan.
Well, I don't know if he connected that, like, how big of a deal I made of this opening for him at Hilarities, that this was the same guy. I don't know if he
How many
connected
Brian
those two
Regans
things.
are there?
But I'm saying I don't know if the name stuck with him or if he knew that that's who it was. But
So I go to my regular doctor, and he's like, "What's going on?" I said, "You tell me." Just above my right knee, there's a little area about 3 inches up. It's about the size of a fist. That's where it doesn't hurt. And it feels very peculiar. Do you have a pill that can make everything else feel like that? I want a everything else like that pill. My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary. But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house.
Where did he shoot that?
Red Rocks, I think.
No,
did he
no,
really?
not
Wasn't
Red
it?
Rocks. It's in Utah.
Oh, it's in Utah?
It's some venue in Utah, and it's outdoors, and it's like, but there's, it's like it similar to Red Rocks.
It's like in a canyon or
an outdoor
something.
canyon venue, and it looks awesome.
I thought it was Red Rocks, but
I'm pretty sure it was in Utah.
I was going to say,
idea.
the audience sounds farther away than you would normally
Yeah.
expect them to sound. Does he still do a month in Utah? I know he was doing
Yeah.
that for a long time.
Yeah, I think he
30 nights at one venue in
I think
Utah.
he started filming that special in November and then finished his shows there yesterday.
I see.
Yeah, they like the clean comedy out there.
Yeah.
That whole bit leads into this whole thing about him having OCD, and it's just brilliant. Very, very
So
funny.
good.
What is that venue, though?
Speaking of disorders, I went to therapy today.
Do you have a disorder?
I do. Not a disorder, but he told me that I'm a textbook perfectionist, which there's benefits to it, but that it's becoming an issue, and that's what's stemming, like, a lot of my anxiety and problems are coming from that, and the fact that like I'm applying my work ethic when it comes to my job and all the things that I like, all my high standards and things like that I keep with me in my career, I'm applying them to my emotions, and that is not an okay thing to do. That I'm like trying to be like, you shouldn't feel this way. You're stronger than this. You're, like all that kind of stuff. So we came to that conclusion today.
So he suggested that you hold yourself to a lower standard.
No, and that's what I said. I said, I don't know why that's a bad thing. He was like,
I'm right there with you.
But he was saying that I need to give myself a lot more grace when it comes to dealing with grief and essentially, not having stand up for a year and everything I've gone through with the last year. I can't apply such a black and white filter to emotions.
Oh, he was saying in the context of the last year.
Yes.
That's not because you were that way before
I've
all this.
I've always been that way.
I was going to
yes.
say, okay.
When it comes to
unprofessionalist.
Unprofessionalist.
Get it right.
Perfectionist is what he said. Textbook perfectionist. Professionalist, I like too. I'll tell you what, Natalie Portman, she was only 11 or 12 in that movie, but boy, she really made a name for herself
manicured
there.
language there.
In the professionalist. So did he open up that chapter in the textbook and show it to you?
On perfectionism?
Yes, in the
or professionalism.
He said you were a textbook case of perfectionism.
Oh no.
Open up the textbook.
But I was like, I kind of the same thing you said. I was like, that's not a bad thing. I'm a goal-oriented person who's very driven in this. And he's like, yes, but it can have drawbacks, like when you don't accomplish something how you think that you should, even if it is grief-oriented. Now you're beating yourself up about it, and it's it's having more negative effects on me than it is positive.
See, I don't do the beating myself up part.
I do.
It's just a new goal. It's just okay. There's another goal then.
Well, my thing's like if I don't do it to the standard that I set, so this has to be done this way, or it's a failure. And so I've been, and I didn't realize.
But failure's inevitable.
But I didn't realize I was applying. You can't apply that set of rules to emotions.
Okay.
And that's what I've been doing, and why I've been having such a hard time. And all this anxiety is stemming from the fact that I feel like I'm not handling my grief how I should.
Emotion, am I pronouncing that word correctly?
You are,
emotion?
right, yes.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to Poundcake. He's the one that knows all the words.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's A. Morton. Okay, but you feel like it's good that you're a couple of sessions in, and
yeah. Well, and what's funny is that before I even realized what I was saying to him, I was like, "Oh, I'm just so glad to have a label on it. Now I can research it, and I can feel like I can figure out how to get over it." And he kind of just laughed, and he was like, "Right." He's kind of like, "Yes, as a perfectionist, that is what you would think you needed to do."
Everybody hates labels until it comes time to label how they feel, and they love them.
But so I asked him about going on medication because I was saying how like my panic attacks are getting more frequent and this, that, and the other. And he was like, we can do that, but I'd like to hold off until we work deeper with this type of thinking. I swear he did.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Poundcake's on Lexapro. All of a sudden he's talking about his floppy disk. So, those can't be completely unrelated.
But it does feel good to have a label for it. That it's not just I'm crazy and I can't control myself. It's like there's a lot going on there and we got a lot to unpack, So.
But you already knew you were a perfectionist.
See, my sisters said the same thing. I texted them after I was feeling like this weight was lifted after therapy. I'm like, so apparently I'm like a textbook perfectionist and this. I'm like saying all these things. And they were both like, yeah, we knew that. And I was like, how did I thought I was just very goal oriented, very driven, and I liked things done a certain way. That's what I thought.
Well, that's what you call it. He calls it something else.
Well, yeah.
But you've even said out loud that you're a perfectionist before.
I've said I'm a perfectionist when it comes to stand-up, which is why I've never released an album before. But I guess I didn't view it in the eyes of this has negative
But I thought you did release an album. What's that called?
It's called Hillbilly Bougie, available anywhere you stream, or you can get a hard copy on my link tree.
I thought they're all gone.
The signed and numbered copies are all gone, but I have regular copies.
If you want an unsigned, unnumbered copy, she's got plenty of those.
But yeah.
Okay, well, good. Then and a lot of times, too, if your own family members or close friends tell you something, you're like, but someone else sitting there in a comfy chair goes, I think it's this. You go, oh, my God, now I see it.
It was more or less that I was like, oh, you guys just don't get it. You don't get chasing a passion.
But family knows you better than anybody else.
Yeah, and both of them were like, yeah, where have you been?
And we know that.
Oh, nice, guys. Yeah. Cool. Real cool.
But they're not your therapists either.
Right, yeah. So we're going to...
Yeah, you have to have somebody kind of help you come to that realization yourself. There's times like that where, like, my ex-wife, I had told her things that I feel a certain way, And then it wasn't until she had other people kind of explain it to her, like, this is why Bill's upset right now.
Mm-hmm.
And other people will explain their experience because it's having to do with, like, being a step parent.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, this is why Bill's upset. And she just thought I was being, like, bratty about it or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then other people explained it to her in their experience, not just like, here's what you have to listen to what he's saying.
Yeah.
No, they were saying, like, from their experience, this is what he's going through right now. And it opened her eyes, and then she actually got it.
Yeah.
And that was nice. So, like, that's for you. Like, your sister couldn't have told you that, and you wouldn't, like, they couldn't have said,
well,
you're a perfectionist, and then you've been like, I know.
I thought of it as a good thing
Right.
in my work, that I'm like, I care about my work. I want to achieve my goals. I'm a hardworking person. Like, I thought of those as positive attributes.
They are.
He said they are, but you can't apply those to what you're going through right now. This is not a work
but
setting.
Even in that work setting, too, it's to a point.
Yeah.
Like, you want to put out a great product. You want people to enjoy what you're doing,
Mm-hmm.
but it can't be at the detriment of your happiness.
Yes, and that's what he was saying too, is like working on enjoying the ride. Like, it's not just about making a goal, achieving it, making another goal, achieving it.
Right.
He's like, you got to enjoy what you're doing. That's what
I'm not big on enjoyment. I want other people to enjoy what I do.
Well,
it doesn't matter if I
dumb.
enjoy
That's
it.
dumb.
I get where he's
It
coming
might be,
from.
but
that's a ridiculous thing, because you wouldn't want to be here if you weren't enjoying what you were doing. You wouldn't want to continually kick this rock up a hill if you didn't enjoy it.
I'm not saying I don't enjoy it. It's not important to me that I.
It absolutely is important to you.
It's not important to me that I'm hyper focused on enjoying the ride. I like doing the work.
Mm-hmm.
I like when people enjoy my work.
Yes.
That is enjoying the ride.
Huh?
That is enjoying the ride.
That's what you say.
But that is what you.
I don't have time.
I like doing the work is enjoying the ride.
I don't have time to sit back and consider what an amazing. It's just.
That's
it's not
exactly what came up. Is that he was saying that you need to appreciate and be proud of your accomplishments for longer. He's like, you can't keep pushing yourself to these limits. And again, we're talking about grief and emotions and things like that. He's like, even in your career, because I accomplished something and then I'm like, okay, that's done. Like, releasing the album wasn't enough. It was, okay, I'm pushing this until we sell it out. And then now that it's sold out, it's like, okay, now how can I get my streams up? Now how can I do this? He's like, you need to take time to sit in those feelings of, hey, I accomplished something. That's great. And that's very foreign to me, because I'm like, well, it's already been accomplished. So why am I sitting? It's done. Why would I sit with it?
There's nothing wrong with going, hey, I did this and it's great. But there's always a next thing.
And that's where...
And it's time to start working on the next thing.
I 100% agree, but that is not how emotions work. So when I have a good day as far
I didn't say this was based on emotion.
No, I'm saying that's what we talked about in therapy,
yeah.
right? So when I have those days with grief and I'm feeling like I'm holding myself back or I'm not accomplishing what I need to in my career because of how I'm feeling emotionally, that I have to separate the two.
Mm-hmm. You have to separate the two. And that's very difficult because your art is so closely tied to your emotion and your experiences. Even like after you did some of the stuff, like your newer, darker stuff, you had some tough times because you're like, I want everybody to have a good time, and like I'm bumming people out with this stuff. But you have to allow that material to grow.
Right.
And so like you were very hard on yourself over not killing like you normally would, because you had that ability. You could go up there and do stuff that you know would flatten that room and just crush. But part of the growth is going to that uncomfortable place and being there for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then being appreciative of that moment as well.
Right. So
and Alan, you like your life. You like you're having fun.
Enjoy the ride.
Life to me is a conveyor belt. Life's a conveyor belt. There's just what's the next thing. My life is what's the next thing.
Yeah.
Whether it's my family, whether it's my work, what's the next thing?
Exactly the
I'm
same
not
way.
hyper focused on how I feel about the next thing. Just what's the next thing that I have to do.
And
That's what it is.
I literally said those exact words when we were talking about stand-up. I said, working in entertainment, the reason why I love it so much is because there's always something more I can do.
And it's unpredictable. The unpredictability is very exciting.
Yes.
But within that, you go, okay, this is all I know how to do, so this is what I'm going to do. I don't know how people will react to it, but I can't sit and drive myself crazy worrying about if people are... If they like it, they like it. If they don't... I'm out of a job or whatever. You know what I mean? So,
and what I'm saying about the way you look at things is you are enjoying the ride.
I don't know what the ride is.
The process.
The work. You like doing the work. You like preparing a show. You like putting on a show.
If people enjoy it. If they didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't like it. So it's about the audience enjoying it, not me enjoying it. I think everything I do is friggin' hilarious, but I don't get, you know what I mean?
Right.
We all do. We all think everything we do is hilarious.
You wouldn't do it if you didn't think it was funny.
Right. So it's hit and miss, whatever. And, if people...
But that comes with it. Like, there are things that we've done on the show that people have mixed reactions to. Like, everybody loves Mayor.
Right.
The episode where we talked about a fake TV show for
7
the
seconds.
entire show. Now, there's some people that thought that was hilarious. I was one of them.
We all were.
There's some people that were like, I don't know why they keep going back to this.
Yeah.
But that was fun, and you had fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
So did Darnell.
She's not your average lawyer, but she is very hot. She knows how to cook up on her hot and steamy pot. With her horse, she likes to ride him everywhere. Look out for this pioneer, everybody loves Mare. Everyone says that she's the greatest lawyer in the West. And every day she likes to...
He's reminding me what the show was actually about. I forgot.
When there's trouble in the West, you better call her if you dare. Look out for this pioneer, everybody loves Mare. Look out for this pioneer, everybody loves Mare. Yeehaw!
You didn't honk. Got me in the front butt.
I was waiting for got me in the front butt. Whoops, got me in the front butt. Yeah.
But yeah, so...
Well, good. So a couple sessions in, you're feeling good, and there's things to learn and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, so it feels nice to know that I'm not just losing control of my emotions. That there are other things at play here, and I'm just not, there's other ways that I can handle it. Like, because for a while, for the last couple weeks, I've felt out of control, where I'm like, I can't get anything done. I don't know how to do anything. Everything I'm doing is wrong, and that plays into it, where it's like, you feel like everything you're doing is wrong because you set these high expectations for yourself and blah, 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 blah.
Well, you also have zero experience with losing a parent.
Exactly.
That's an unprecedented situation.
Right.
So it's like, it's weird.
So we're going to hold off on meds, but we're going to work on being mediocre. No, I'm talking.
That's how we hear it.
I will guide you.
I told him, I was like, I'm sorry, but I think that being content is a bad thing. And we got into a whole thing about it. But yeah.
Comfort is the enemy of creativity.
Yep.
Okay, I got a break. 35192, you want to text, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there if you like, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. drinking some of that LaCroix Limoncello. It's pretty good. It's like lemon vanilla. I only know limoncello is the liqueur, but the water is pretty good. It's a dessert? So this is supposed to taste like dessert then?
Like limoncello torte
That
or
makes sense.
cake, kind of. Yeah. It's an Italian
I made the mistake
thing.
of, I bought a big can of cashews, almonds, and pecans, and I can't stop eating them.
Why is that a mistake?
Well, because it gets caught in my... That's not something I should eat when I'm going to be talking for 4.5 hours, but little shards in there, you know. But, you know me, Bill, I love nuts. I can't get enough nuts.
Yeah.
I love to
Especially in
shove...
your throat.
I love to shove nuts in my mouth.
Nuts and shards, huh?
Nuts are probably my favorite snack when given a chance. So just put more nuts in my mouth.
You know what you should say is legumes.
Because the cashew's in there.
Yeah.
I love those legumes in my mouth.
Legume.
When they just get me all up in there with their legumes, it's pretty good. 35192 to send a text if you want to do that. AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch live, you certainly can. Cavaliers are at home tonight to play the San Antonio Spurs. That's going to be a 7:30 tip-off tonight. So Cavs Live, your pregame starts at 7 o'clock here on The Buzzard. You have all through the month of March to use the promo code LUCKY with CLE Clothing Company. If you want to get some Buzzard merch, you can do that. If you want to get any number of other pieces of swag that they've got over there, you can do it. If you want to do it in the store, you can do it online. However, just don't forget to use LUCKY before you check out, and that'll get you 20% off whatever you buy throughout the month of March. I heard from speaking of San Antonio, I heard from one of our bureau chiefs there, and I was sitting on this yesterday, and then you sent it today, Bill, about the Madame Tussauds Waxworks in San Antonio. You know, Madame Tussauds is the, I don't know where the original one is. I think it might be in England or something, but where they have lifelike wax statues of celebrities and world leaders and things like that. And in San Antonio, they have had to put the Donald Trump wax figure in storage because people kept punching it in the face. And that's in Texas. They were doing that. And the lady allowed, the woman who's the manager, she goes, look, you know, when it's a political figure like that, you know, that can be a problem. So they haven't said whether or not they're going to patch it up and put it back to the display area.
But I feel like it would be the same. I feel like the Trump figure is making the news, but I'm sure people have done it to Hillary and all
I think that's what they're pointing out.
So
They're
fake
like
news.
They probably were, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure they've done something to Obama. Yeah.
I think what they should do, leave it out there, charge people to punch it.
Yeah.
That's
But
how
it's
you
a
make your
piece
money.
of art. Someone made it, and they don't want it to be
That's not
destroyed.
like art.
But you get what I'm saying? Like, they probably paid someone to make that, and they're like, hey, please stop ruining
Then you
this.
get a few of them on rotation.
Put it in a rage room. What do they call them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they don't really look exactly like
Sometimes
they get
look
it
too close.
identical,
Like it's
yeah.
weird. It's scary.
Some of them though, they just miss it by that much.
I think Donald Trump is one of those.
Yeah, you're
But
kind
also, this is the one that got punched a bunch of times, so maybe that has something to do with it.
I assume I'm looking at the before photo of that.
Now, I say let people punch it. I say open that up to all of them because they have more than, they can make more than one. And then you go, okay, you want to punch somebody that, a wax figure? Do it.
I feel
but
like
you got to pay $25 per punch.
Whack-a-wax.
That is the ultimate ego boost. You have a wax figure of you in a museum. And then on top of that, I was like, can I have another one for my house? Because I would have it try on all my outfits. It would be everything.
Yeah, you'd hug it at night.
I'd kiss it.
Yeah.
Forget hug it.
Yeah. And put it in bed with you.
Look at myself naked. I'm like, man, today's a good tea day for you.
I don't know that they make them anatomically correct.
I don't think they do.
I don't think they're fully clothed, so all they have to really nail is the face.
Well,
and the hands,
the body structure. They want the pecs and stuff. If you're like they have a Cristiano Ronaldo one.
True.
So,
but again, none of these are buck naked, so they probably look like Ken and Barbie dolls.
That would be cool if they had like all Justin Bieber's tattoos like on his. But he's clothed, I'm sure.
They have Justin Bieber at Madame Tussauds?
Yeah. Huh. Oh, please. There wasn't a pop star bigger than Justin Bieber in like the early teens. So yeah.
I don't know what the criteria is for getting one of these wax figurines. I feel like I remember seeing a Beyonce one. But I don't know.
The Kardashians have them too.
It's just pop culture. Anybody who will get put someone in the door to take a photo with it, then yeah.
So how do they determine who doesn't rise to the level of famous enough?
I don't know. They have reality stars in there too.
Yeah, I think they're just putting as many up as they can. You probably have to get like rights to license their images and stuff, right?
Their likeness.
So as long as they can get that, they're like, yeah, the more that we have in there, the more people are going to want to take pictures with them.
Wendy Williams has one.
And where is that? I didn't even realize there was a Madame Tussauds in San Antonio. I don't know how many of these there are.
They're all over.
I feel like there's one. I feel like I've gone. Maybe it's not that brand, but there's definitely. I feel like wax museums in most tourist towns. I don't know how great they are. You go in, they all look melted, but
I mean, they're not going to look melted if they have a museum.
The main one is in London. That's where the Beyonce one was. They have obviously Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. I'm surprised they haven't removed those from the London. Vegas, Orlando, New York, Nashville, Hollywood, London. Those are the big ones.
When I went to what's
San
the closest?
Antonio?
Yes. Well, this said San Antonio, but I don't see that listed. So maybe it's brand new. There's one in San Francisco. There's D.C. I don't see. They have Henry Cavill as Superman at one of these.
I feel like there was one on the Strip in Gatlinburg where it was like, come into our wax museum. Like, I don't know.
I think I remember that, but that was like a hometown, homemade
That's
wax
what I mean.
museum.
Is I don't.
It's the
like,
Dukes of Hazzard.
Right, yeah.
Because Cooters is at the end of that street
Yeah.
there. Yeah. So they got the General Lee in
You
there.
get how salty would you be? You're like, oh wow, I'm a pop star. Like I finally get my wax figure, and then you get the knockoff brand. We're like, oh, why does it look like that? I look kind of boiled.
Boiled.
Lady Three-Sodes.
So they, so they're removing the Trump figure and trying to figure out, how they can fix it or ask people to not punch it. I didn't realize anybody got that close. I know people take pictures with them, but I also thought that some of these they put like behind a rope. Or,
Well, I think they let you pose with them so
Yeah.
you can take pictures, and that's kind of the draw. So I imagine you can get right up there and touch it and everything.
That's why it was funny. Wendy Williams went and like stood next to hers, and then she actually had hers removed, and then she was standing there, and fans got real close to her. She's like, "What you doing?" And she's like,
Schwarzenegger did
That's
that a few
always
years
funny,
ago
yeah.
too. He dressed like the Terminator and then stood and that would be fun to do. Because if you've had as much work done as she has, you can absolutely sub yourself in for that wax figure, and no one will be the wiser.
They weren't.
Did you hear her burp on the show the other day?
We played that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Was I drunk?
You, it might have been
No,
on
it was
Wednesday.
yesterday.
Was it yesterday or was it the day before that?
The burp and fart. Yeah, we spent a whole segment on it. Bill,
That might have been the drunk day then.
I think it probably.
Oh, St. Patty's Day?
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely did.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. I
He
don't
yells
remember.
at Cody for not listening.
No, I was listening.
Not
I was
listening
just
and
a
not
different
remembering are
person.
two different
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, I think that was Wednesday. I don't think that was yesterday. But we did play that. CNN went to. Well, I think we all are getting our vaccines soon.
I'm getting mine tomorrow.
Bill's getting his. His got bumped up a little bit. Mine is next weekend. As of today, I think it's 40 and up. By the 29th, which is a week from Monday, it's going to be 16 and up.
That's what
40
I'm
and up
getting
and obese. You also qualify.
It's a new show on TLC.
Yeah.
40 and up and obese.
40. It's their BMI. 40 and up.
They went to again, this is shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, with all due respect to CNN, they know precisely what they're going to get when they walk into a diner in an Oklahoma town and ask who's going to get the vaccine.
That's what they want.
I mean, but people are saying, because now, and again, I don't know how he got the word out and who cares that he's doing it now. But Trump, I think, finally said something like, yeah, get the vaccine. It's good, But these people, they don't even trust him because he's a liberal New Yorker.
Oh, my gosh.
Dreams of glory are soon shattered, right? So this guy with a mask for CNN just going around some town, Boise City, Oklahoma, where 92% of the people there voted for Trump. Why they're going in here, I don't know. Go into a place where you might get 50-50 and then kind of pick people's brains.
Ohio, Michigan, any of the big ones. Wisconsin.
I mean, those are still red.
You know what I mean?
Ohio's still a red state, but I mean, Oklahoma is like a dark red state,
What do you think about the vaccine? Are you going to take the vaccine?
No, sir.
Tell me why.
Well, I don't trust the government, and I don't trust Biden.
Chad and Misty Hughes are husband and wife. Neither of them plan to get the vaccine.
Just don't want to.
Why don't you want to? If you don't mind me asking.
Because when I take the flu shot, I usually get the flu, so there's no reason to take
So are
it.
you saying you think you'll get COVID by taking the COVID vaccine?
Probably.
Why are you thinking that? The research doesn't
Listen, there's a lot of people that get a flu shot and then get the flu. So if I'm this guy, like that makes sense to me. I mean, again, this is no shock, but everybody in here, this is like an Oklahoma diner, so everybody in here is 350 pounds, right?
Yeah. And they're eligible.
Right.
Well,
show that.
Go ahead. Never mind.
It shows that it keeps people safe.
That's just my choice.
These women are sisters, and they too are doubters.
Why are you doubtful?
They just started rolling them out.
Well, yeah, but this has been a worldwide effort by great
They claim that the flu can be cured, but still hundreds of thousands of people die from the flu.
Well, yes, a lot of people die from the flu, but not nearly as much as COVID. This is a horrible pandemic, and this is like...
Again, I don't know what you're doing. You're not going to change anybody's
frustrating.
mind. I would rather see them go into a place where you might get a little bit more kind of back
What
and
is
forth
this?
with people.
This is CNN?
Yeah.
This is to rile up their viewers and be like, look at how dumb those people in Oklahoma are. I'm glad I watched CNN.
I mean, I'm still
and
curious
smart,
where people
man.
are coming from. She goes, they came up with it really quick. I mean, again, I understand why that might give you pause. People were texting me and they were going, you're going to see a whole bunch of people die from this. I go, there are tens of millions of people who have been vaccinated in this country alone. It's not like 8 people just got vaccinated and there's all these problems. If people are going to be dropping dead from this, you would see it on a wide scale.
They did the 100 millionth vaccine worldwide already.
Yeah, they're not like a week into this,
I could just
And
say
it hasn't been without its problems, but when you're on the scale of tens of millions of people, that means it's amazingly effective.
Yeah.
And solid. For to this woman's point, the amount of time that it took him to put it together.
I feel like I could just send CNN screenshots of my family group text and it would have the same effect. Or I'm just like, is this what you guys are looking for? 'Cause
We're talking to Mary Santora.
The amazing vaccine. These vaccines have come out. They're saving lives. I believe it.
No. I will just agree to disagree on this subject, I guess.
I'm just not going to take it.
What if President Trump came out and was very robust and said, take the vaccine? I took it even though I didn't tell anybody about it. It was kind of done secretly, but I think you should take it. He said it a little bit, but he hasn't been robust about it. If he was robust and said, take it, would you?
No.
Trump's a liberal New Yorker. Why would we listen to him either?
So here's a dude sitting with
hilarious.
like a young guy sitting with like 3 old dudes, right? He doesn't care what this CNN guy's got to say.
Trump
Like,
is
get
a
out of my
liberal
face.
New Yorker.
He's a liberal New Yorker.
That's crazy.
That's funny, though. No, I ain't going to get it. I mean, listen, it is your choice. That's right. It is your choice. It's not mandatory. You're sitting in a diner in Boise City, Oklahoma.
It's free.
It's
free.
Well, nobody's
It's not
objecting
about
to it because of the
paying.
cost.
I'm just saying, but like, who don't want
my crazy relatives
Poundcake,
on
of
Facebook.
course it's free. That's how they get you
That's
to
how they
take
get
it. If it costs money, of course it's free.
But I just
That's how they trick you.
I'm just like, why would the government care so much about me? There's nothing about me. They're not going to get my intelligence. They don't want my vocabulary. They don't want my sex. They don't want anything from me. There's
Listen,
nothing.
I will say this. There are very good reasons to not trust your government. And so these people
But if they're trying to kill me, they can do it other ways. Just give me fast food.
I don't think these people think that they're trying to kill them. They're saying, no, I'm going to take my chances. Because they're probably like, I don't know anybody who got it. And if they did know somebody who got it, and maybe they even died, you go back to, well, everybody dies.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to argue with somebody whose thought is everybody dies. A, it's true. B, most people are trying to not die sooner than you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I do love the line that he doesn't trust Trump because he's a New York liberal. Guaranteed, this guy voted for him both times. knowing that allegedly he was a New York liberal.
It's just wild to me, the things that people come up with. I saw on Facebook somebody posted that they thought that they were giving healthcare workers fake vaccines so that they weren't actually getting the vaccine. They were just telling people that they were.
Like a placebo?
A placebo, so that way they could give all the rest of Americans, once they thought it was safe, then they could poison the rest of Americans who are not healthcare workers.
I'm saying these are taxpayers. So
It's-
for what
it's
reason
also-
would we want to just kill people?
That's what I said. And it was because of Social Security or something, or the more people they could knock off, the more people died, the more they didn't have to pay out in Social Security. It's wild.
Like people are getting rich on Social Security.
You got 500,000 people wiped out already. Like, just keep giving them COVID.
Where do these things come from, though?
The internet.
Yeah, the internet.
The
Facebook.
unknown.
There's trolls that like to share this misinformation just to see how it spreads because they get off on it. Like they'll make something up, put it out there, and they'll go, "Oh, look, people are sharing this."
2,000 shares must be real.
And it's not even the domain of just like your old cranky uncle.
Yeah.
These old guys aren't on Facebook.
Yeah, they are.
But they're young. No, I'm saying these old guys at this table guarantee they're not on Facebook. But if their 30-year-old granddaughter or niece tells them about something she saw, then it's kind of in that bloodstream.
But a lot of these guys are. I mean, maybe they're not.
They have an
but
American flag as
There's
their
a lot of
profile
people
picture.
that are
The guys
older.
I'm looking at are not on Facebook.
There's a lot of older people that are on Facebook. I mean, Grandma's on Facebook. She's in her 70s. Don't tell her I told you guys.
Well, she looks great.
Yeah, I agree. But there's a lot of older people on Facebook. It's not like it was 10 years ago where maybe a few people's parents were on there. Like my parents are in their mid to late 60s. They're
It's all my
on
aunts
there.
and uncles. that
Oh
are-
yeah, no. Facebook's bread and butter is like 50 and up.
Yeah.
Because the kids all go to whatever the cool thing is, you know.
A liberal New Yorker. Why would we listen to him either?
Did you vote for him?
He was the best option.
No matter where we went, enthusiasm for the vaccine wasn't easy to find, despite this front-page pronouncement.
So this is the Boise City News, your newspaper, and here's an article. COVID vaccines are available in your hospital. They want people to get them. Are you going to get one?
No, sir.
How come?
I really don't ever get vaccines.
We did find a boss in the grocery store, though, who gave us a different answer, but with a caveat.
Are you going to take the vaccine?
I have taken it.
And what made you decide to take it?
My wife.
Whipped.
Yeah, my wife told me to take it. This guy's back there on his computer. He's the manager of the grocery store, so he's like a bespectacled man, you know, sweater, vest, the whole thing. My wife told me to take it. And I said, yes, dear. I've been married a long time, and anybody who's been married that long knows those two words will save your soul and your marriage. Separate vacations, maybe separate beds. She got the Jimmy legs. And yes, dear.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if you're right. It's better to be happy than to be right. Yes, dear.
And if the vaccine kills me, it's my time to go, and I can't say I won't be saying about it.
And I will write my wife out of my will. She will have been wrong one too many times. And I'll say, I told you so. I will spell that out. I'll get a skywriter to put it out. Okay, another chance for you to grab some money, by the way. 5:30 is the next time I'm going to have a keyword for you to double your stimulus. So it's $1,400 coming your way, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to call us up. 800-348-1007. Use that number too. I'd always recommend using them in that order. 35192. If you want to send a text, AlanCoxShow.com. Latest Poundcake podcast is there for you as well. A new episode of the Bill Squire Show is live tomorrow morning at 11. Correct?
Yep.
All righty.
11 a.m. You can watch it on YouTube, and then I upload the audio right after that. It's a lot of fun.
Cleveland State Vikes tonight, 7:15. You got the Cavs here on MMS at 7:30. If you're more into college ball, Vikings are playing the Houston Cougars, first round of the championships here.
We probably have a lot of Ohio State fans listening, and they just lost to Oral Roberts.
Did they really?
Yes.
There's an upset.
It's a 2 versus like a 13 or 14.
Oral Roberts. Yeah. They had the Lord on their side. Well, that's what I get for picking Ohio State.
It is what you get.
That's what I get. I have no connection to that school whatsoever. Most of the people who went there annoy me, but I was trying to be a booster when I filled up my bracket.
Yeah, I had them going to my Final Four.
I don't even know where.
It would have never occurred to me, honestly, to pick Oral Roberts University, but there it is. Upsets are the best part of the
15 seed, so that's a huge upset.
There you go.
How does that? They're just having an off day?
Any given Friday. About 5 minutes or so, 5-6 minutes from another $1,400 for you. It's a chance to double your stimulus. We're doing this about half a dozen times every day. Starts at 7:30 with the morning show, and then I think it ends at 7:30 at night. There's one last chance after we get out of here. So listen for those keywords. I'll have the next one for you in about 5 minutes. If you listen to this show on iHeartRadio, let me know where you do it if it's outside Ohio. Lynn listens in Venice Beach, Florida. I heard from Krista. She is our bureau chief in Ponce, Puerto Rico, right there on the southern coast. Kayla listens in Duxbury, Vermont. Mackenzie's in Medford, Oregon. And Braley is one of our many bureau chiefs in the beautiful city of Denver, Colorado. Speaking of ball, I saw that the Akron Rubber Ducks dropped their schedule. That's pretty exciting. They got some stuff happening. They're going to be going to Rubber Ducks games. They got Urkel coming out.
Ooh.
Whoa.
For real, though?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I want to meet him.
Every one of the Akron Rubber Ducks 60 home games will include a promotion for fans. They're going to be doing fireworks, be doing giveaways, going to do celebrity appearances. June 26th, Jaleel White, who played Urkel, going to be out there.
Stefan Urkel.
August 21st, they're going to have John Grease. You know who John Grease, the actor, is?
No.
If you saw his face, you probably see him. He was Uncle Rico in Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Uncle Rico.
I remember him as Laszlo from Real Genius, going further back. You know, we're talking about Val Kilmer movies.
Mm-hmm.
Real Genius is a fantastic movie.
I never knew that was the same person.
With the long hair, yeah. Of course, I'm on record as thinking Napoleon Dynamite blows hard. But
see, I was like 12 when it came out, so it was.
I know it's a popular movie with people. So
Tortilla.
Those guys are going to be making their appearances. June 26th, of course, with Jaleel White is Did I Do That? Urkel Bobblehead Night.
All right, I might go to that.
May 8th is the Sean Kemp bobblehead.
I don't know if
that's cool too.
They're going to be doing
who's hit me right in the 90s.
The Goonies Night in May, doing all kinds of fun stuff.
I don't know if this bar is still like open, but there was a bar that was in the complex of the Rubber Ducks, and I just remember they were getting so wasted because we had a friend that knew the bartender there.
We stopped at whatever that bar is. That was one of our stops one year on our Akron bar crawl.
Was it?
Was the bar at the ballpark?
Oh my God, I got so drunk there. That was
when they were still the whatchamacallits.
Arrows.
The Arrows.
I don't think I was on that one.
Oh, was that far
I think
back?
that's that far back because I feel like every Akron bar crawl I've ever done has been
in the valley.
The valley.
We did we did a couple downtown ones, and one of the stops was the bar
You know
in
what?
the
I remember
ballpark.
because it was at Barley House. We went into Barley House downtown.
Yes.
I was an intern then.
Well, no, I think that was an after party for one of the comedy tours.
Yeah. Oh.
I think it's just called The Game or something.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I mean, there's no game, obviously. We're looking out over, a dark field.
I hope that place is still open because that was lit. That's like one of
Getting
the best.
drunk at the ballpark?
But, well, it is because it has a door to the outside. So even if you just want to go and drink,
sure,
you can just go there. You don't have to be a part of the game. But we knew a guy, and he got us nice.
Devotion to accuracy you were trying to nail was quesadilla, not tortilla.
Damn.
I was going to let it slide.
Napoleon. I wouldn't know it until somebody just told me. Because again, that movie sucks. Nevertheless,
Porta Vallarta.
Right. Right.
Oh, there's Kenny Loggins fireworks on May 7th.
Hey, dive into
My
the
goodness.
danger zone. All right, wait, Kenny Loggins fireworks
That
night.
is what it says. May 7th, Kenny Loggins fireworks.
Wow. But Kenny Loggins isn't going to be there.
No, Ken Thompson Appreciation Night, Kenny Loggins fireworks.
Kenny Loggins fireworks night. So they tried to do in Ontario, California, and it ended up blowing up a couple of houses. It was terrifying when they did
Oh
Kenny
my
Loggins
goodness.
fireworks
Are you guys
night.
okay?
She was a Kenny Loggins fan before all that.
Dude, they have Lincoln Park fireworks too.
I become so numb.
Right.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Lincoln Park fireworks
Lincoln,
night.
I'm assuming that Ozzy Osbourne fireworks, June 5th.
Hey!
I wonder
I
if
know.
he'll bring his wife.
They get lit down there in Akron. They just try to have so many activities for you to do.
Well,
my God,
sure.
you guys.
They're trying to get people excited because if the game, if the team loses or if the game stinks or whatever, you got other stuff going on. Right, so that's Ozzy talking about his appearance at the.
I feel like whoever made this list of promos is exactly 35 years old.
Exactly.
Because there's a Willy Wonka 50-year anniversary tribute night. There's a Zach Brown Band fireworks. There's a Justin Timberlake fireworks. Like this, there's an Office themed night.
Oh, you're going to go to that?
Dude, I'm going to all these. Dodgeball. No one makes me bleed my own blood. Free T-shirt.
Uh-huh.
That's like, did I do this? Did I put this together?
Did I do that?
But you're not 35.
Dave Matthews Band fireworks. Wow, this is great.
Even with the Dave Matthews Band fireworks.
There's just something for everybody.
Good old Crackrin.
Pro wrestling night. Earth, Wind, and Fire fireworks.
Hey, Earth, Wind, and Fireworks.
Yeah, they skipped
Writes
over that
itself.
one. Come on. Scorpions.
Yeah.
Earth, Wind, and Fireworks.
Rock you like a hurricane.
No, they're just going to shoot scorpions out of the fireworks.
Oh,
Now that's exciting.
Yeah.
I'd go watch that.
You know, the Rubber Ducks lost, but then I got venomous stings on me in the outfield, and that was a lot of fun.
Wow.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,400. You got plenty of chances coming up for you to double your stimulus. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard has your chance to win $1,400 now. Double your stimulus. Text the nationwide keyword bonus to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's bonus to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always drop us a message there if you like, anytime. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey guys, it's Albert. Mary, congrats on the album. Bill, congrats on the upcoming album. Alan, sweetheart, you took umbrage a couple weeks ago when I called you a crotchety old man and said you weren't. How can you look yourself in the mirror every day and think that? First it was movies are too long. Then it was food is overrated. Adults go to Disney.
Well, when you say it like that, I mean, it makes me sound... But again, each one of these points, I said comedies are too long.
No, you
They
said
are. They are. They are.
You were talking about superhero movies.
Yeah, that too. Too long.
Yeah, you couldn't get through Spider-Man because
That's
it was
what it was.
Adults going to
215
Disney
minutes.
World?
It's great.
Ridiculous. With
Some
no
of us-
children?
Some of us didn't have a childhood.
No matter. It's not my fault.
So leave us alone.
Then it was food is overrated.
It is.
Adults go to Disney. Dark chocolate is superior to milk chocolate.
It is superior to milk chocolate. Health-wise, taste-wise, Again, I'm not hearing one thing here that buttresses his argument that I'm a crotchety old man.
These are all crotchety old man opinions.
They're
that you
not.
have. Yes, they are.
What?
They all are.
I'm not telling kids to get off my lawn. I love the kids. I'm
You're
down with
telling,
the kids.
you're telling kids to get out of Disney World.
No, I'm telling adults with no children to get out of Disney World. Listen, your money, spend it however you want. Doesn't make you any less ridiculous. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying you are not a serious person.
Maybe they don't want to be a serious
Why would you want to be a
person.
serious person?
In life, come on, man. Disneyland is like one day out of your life. The rest of your life, you got to live with people knowing you went and you don't have children.
So Who cares?
Oh, it's humiliating.
I've never been.
Why are you so
Humiliating.
judgy?
Huh?
What happened to you
very
at Disneyland?
judgmental.
I've never been.
And you're so upset that you'll
Jealous.
never get to go. That's
I'm not.
what it is.
I don't care. I'm not upset. What I'm
Okay.
saying is,
who are you trying to convince?
Why would adults with no children go?
Because it's one of the biggest attractions in the world.
Please, it's a stunted adolescence.
Yeah. Some of us have stunted adolescences and would like to go experience things we never experienced as children. My family didn't have money to take trips. Why can't I take trips now?
You can't. I'm not saying you can't do any of
Yes,
these
he is.
things.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm
Yes,
not.
you are.
I'm saying
You're saying if you do,
it's very
then
clear.
You're going to
Yes.
judge them and say you're not a serious person,
It's
whatever
true.
that even
It's not
means.
Please.
Because they take a trip, they're not serious their entire life. They probably worked their ass off. They're like, hey, I'm going to take my girls or my boys, and we're all going to go to Disney World. We're going to have a good time. It's just going to be laughs. We're going to wear the stupid Mickey Mouse ears. And the rest of my life, I'm not a serious person because of that trip.
I don't even know what the serious person thing matters. You're not we talk about farts for a living.
Yeah, you're not a serious
Yes,
person.
and I'm paid handsomely to do that.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's right. I'm the man. What do you want?
Superior to milk chocolate is for children. And now it's smooth criminal suck.
I wonder where he was going with this.
You, my friend, are the supreme being of the crotchety community. It's okay, buddy. Just own it. You are a crotchety old man. You are the guy who takes a super soaker, fills it with bleach, and shoots the neighborhood cat. You have scissors, and you are
Don't do
trimming the
that.
edge of your lawn with it.
I'm not doing that.
You're
either.
blowing the neighbor's leaves back to
I'm
his
not doing
side
that
of the
either.
house.
I'm very polite with my
Just
neighbors.
own it.
Very
You're
polite
50.
with my neighbors. I'm not 50 yet. I'm 49 years old. I'm not crotchety or old. And Smooth Criminal does suck. People are confusing something with being popular with it being good. And that's not true. I've said it about this show from the beginning. This show's extraordinarily popular. It's not that good, right? So, of course I own it. I live up to it. I live it every day. You really don't understand where I'm coming from with adults going
Not
with
at
no
all.
children to Disneyland.
Because I didn't have a childhood that would allow things like that. So I assume other people are doing the same thing.
What I'm saying is it is a place for children.
It is not. It's a place for people who enjoy Disney.
It's a theme
Which,
park,
yes,
not an
is
amusement
very
park.
much so geared towards children.
When we went to Orlando, we went to this place called Downtown Disney.
Yeah.
Which is basically just like I think it's got some rides, but it is very much geared towards children.
I understand that, but I'm saying it's not only for kids. There's things that adults can do there.
95% for
fine.
kids.
And even if it is,
Bill,
people want
would
to go
you
and do it.
walk the walk? Would you go to Disneyland as a grown man with no children?
Who am I with? You?
Doesn't matter. Would
Me and
you
you.
go? Would you go?
I would go, yeah.
You and your
would.
girlfriend.
Yeah, I would go. Because it's an amusement park.
For children.
And it's nostalgic.
It's
you
a-
also
right.
didn't watch any
But-
Disney movies.
But it's also like, yeah, there's a bunch of... I haven't been there since I was a small child. So going there would be very interesting just to see just to take it all in. But then they also have like all these Star Wars things now. They have the Indiana Jones thing. There's a bunch of stuff that I still like a bunch of Marvel stuff, I would probably have a great time.
See, that stuff I'd like. The Marvel and the Star Wars and all that.
It's for children.
I would like. Okay, maybe you got me with that. Now that they have that,
Yeah. Because I remember going as a small child and being like, we had Cedar Point, we had Jogga Lake, so it just felt similar to those, except there were
characters.
The characters were there.
Hey, Adam.
But it's not that anymore. It's so much more now.
Adam, hello.
Hey guys, how are you?
What's going on?
Friday. All right, Alan. I am a 33-year-old man. I'll put man in quotations, but man.
He's using man very loosely.
Oh, good for you.
Let me guess. You love going to Disney. You got no kids. You love it.
I would go to. Well, I do have children, but I would go to Disney World by myself tomorrow if I could. And let me tell you why. Especially after the last year with COVID, I live in a country where 50% of the people don't believe in vaccines and don't want to get the vaccine. Okay, we live in a country where
it's not 50%, but
it costs money to die in this country.
Yeah,
there's no tuition, no free health care, no free tuition. It's terrible. If I want to take 7 days to regress to when I was 10 years old and life was good, I'm going to do that.
Yeah,
I'm going to go down and I'm going to ride the teacup. And I'm going to love every second of it. I don't know if I could ride the teacups. I'm pretty big. But anyway, it's Disney World. It regresses to my childhood, a simpler time when I was happy, when life was good and it was easy and there were no problems.
It's
and
innocent.
People didn't suck as much as they suck now.
All I needed is for somebody to explain it to me, and Adam explained it to me. That's all I needed is for somebody to explain it to me.
People suck, and they don't suck at Disney World. And when they do, Disney World kicks them out.
It's justice.
Thank you.
That's why I love Disney World, and I will go there all day by myself. I don't care, and that's it. That's all you need to know.
And I hope you do, Adam, because you desperately need it. So I hope that you're able to get it out. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. You explained it to me. Thank you. There's Adam, who explained it to me. Explained it to me. Hello, Dan.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on?
Hey, I just tuned in on my ride home from work, and the callers, calling you crotchety and all that. I don't agree that you're crotchety, but you were sounding dangerously close to Grandpa from The Simpsons.
He does have an onion on his belt now.
But I'm also not. I mean, obviously, I'm quite a bit older than everybody here in the show, so I am outnumbered. I don't have anybody on my side ever in any of these conversations. But
in any of those ones,
I'm also not like a back in my day guy, right? I like very much living in the present. I'm not a guy that's I'm really not crotchety. It's just that I like to poke things that a lot of people like because I genuinely think they stink. And people take that personally and they cast me as crotchety. It's not that. It's that they need to come to terms with the fact that nostalgia is overrated.
Absolutely.
And as Adam explains it to me, I fully understand what he's a guy ready to burst, right? He's like, things suck. Listen, after the last year, people should do whatever they want to do, right? But I'm going to give you another year, and then I'm going to be right back to adults with no kids. But again, your money, your time, do whatever you want to with it.
I do agree with you on the being a grown adult going to Disneyland alone for a week. There is something they need is therapy.
Again, Bill kind of got me there too with the Star Wars and with the Marvel, and it's that's all childish too. But I appreciate those, and it's fun, and I would probably have a good time there. I guess I think primarily of the people who are still way into OG Disney. Like adults walking around with the ears on, and they've got the matching sweatshirts with Minnie on them. There's a thing there that makes me very, very nervous.
Those people probably had traumatic childhoods of some sort. I'm telling
they
you,
don't
man.
That's not a get out of jail free card.
I'm not saying it's a get out of jail free
Not every
card.
single one of those people had a traumatic
Right,
childhood.
but they're not trying to get out of jail. They're trying to enjoy their life for a week.
They could just like Disney.
Yeah.
But okay, for someone like me, I very much took solace in Disney movies. I all the classics you're talking about. When my parents were going through a divorce, I watched Finding Nemo on a loop for probably 6 straight months.
And
so
it's
I did.
And so, see, I guess for me, I would think that would you would attach those movies to a bad time in your life.
I don't, because they made me feel better. So when I was watching the movies, I wasn't focused on all the BS that was going on around me. I remember enjoying the movie and finding comfort in it because it was familiar when a lot of my life was not comfortable or familiar.
Right.
So if I am 31 years old and for the first time in my life I can afford to go to Disney, I don't think that should be frowned upon.
And she doesn't want to have kids. So she's never going to take a kid
Never
there.
going to take a kid. Well, you have nieces and things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen.
But she wants to have fun.
Whatever you want to do.
And when but honestly, when you take a kid,
They're so excited and
they're
amped
so
up.
excited, and so like that's fun.
Yeah.
But it also then you have to deal with a kid all day.
Mhm.
And
It's
so
hot.
it's hot. They want food, and then
Yeah, I don't mind
you gotta
any of that.
feed them all this stuff.
Yeah.
But there's a whole different experience
Yeah,
too.
I don't
So that's
mind
why
any
I'm
of
saying
that.
like if you take a kid there, you're catering to the child.
Yeah.
Some people want to go there and just
Enjoy
be
it.
the child.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's not me.
No, duh.
No, because even as a child, you were like, I can't believe the prices here.
Yes,
This
I
is
Can you believe these stretch fries are $9?
I was an adult child.
Yes.
Yes, I know. But I'm not crotchety. I will.
Where is the demarcation line for you?
Well, because I'm not a get off my lawn kind of guy.
So get off my lawn is crotchety, but none of the other stuff is.
Well, yeah, saying the dark chocolate is superior because milk chocolate's for children. Everyone knows this.
You got
this
an
is not
issue with things
Candy's
for children.
Huh?
Candy is for children.
Well, I'm a grown man who likes candy.
So then
All right, listen. You've given me a lot to think about here, and that's all any of us can ask for. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. If you want to text 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Cavaliers playing tonight. They got one win under their belts recently. They beat who'd they beat?
Celtics on St. Patrick's Day.
The Celtics on St. Patty's Day. That's right, on Wednesday.
Count for 2.
They had last night off, so they are back downtown at the Romo Fijo to play the San Antonio Spurs. So 7:30 is when that starts tonight on MMS. Cavs Live begins at 7 o'clock if you want to catch all the coverage there. Hey, Gino, what's going on?
Alan, how you doing, man? Hate the show.
Thank you. How are you?
Good. So you guys are talking about Disney, and the debate was whether or not you were crotchety, and Mary was saying it's for. You were saying not for nostalgia. Mary was saying traumatic experiences is why adults don't go to Disney or want to go to Disney rather. Let me tell you why I hate Disney World, Alan, and I refuse to go there. When I was a child, we didn't have a lot of money, so our vacations were getting my dad's semi-truck. He was a truck driver, and going somewhere exotic where there was a beach. So one year I was like 8 or 9. We went to a beach in Florida, and he called, and his next load was at Disney World in Orlando. So me and 5 of us pile in the semi. We go to Disney, and I'm begging my parents for us to go into the park and see all the sights and everything. And Disney would not comp any tickets or anything. So I'm remember 8, 9 years old, and I sat outside of the fence at Disney World for about 4 hours in the scorching summer, watching everybody through a fence having fun and not being able to go in.
So why wouldn't you want to go? Now that you're an adult, you can afford it, you can take yourself there. Why wouldn't you want to do it? Yeah, why wouldn't you want to?
And not take your dad.
Out of spite. I was 8 years old.
I'm saying now.
All I wanted to do was go to Disney. Now I said, screw Disney. I'm not going at all. I refuse to take my kids to Disney because I did not have a pleasant experience.
But that's not...
He's passing the sins of the father down to the son. He's like, I didn't have fun, and you're not going to have fun either.
That's more childish than going to Disney.
I turned out pretty fine without going to Disney, so the kids will be just fine.
You can take them to Universal.
That's right. I did go to Universal, and I had a blast.
There you go. Name on the Harry Potter rides and the whole thing. Right. Okay. Thank you, Gino. There you go. Well, I understand that. Alan, I connect Finding Nemo to a good time in my life, too. I saw the 3D re-release in an empty theater in Medina and had sex the whole time.
The whole time?
In there
the
by
whole
themselves.
Time.
Glasses on or glasses off?
I don't know.
A lot of things.
Looks like they're coming right at me.
Splashing.
This is amazing.
There's theaters that are letting you rent the theater, like the whole theater, for like $50.
Yeah.
And then they show whatever you want.
Whatever you want?
Yes.
That's
Seriously?
a cool date.
That is a cool date.
I've rented out the whole theater for you, baby. Oh, how much? $50. But
It doesn't matter how much.
I'm going to cut out the bottom.
But that's how if someone did that for him, he'd be like, how much did that cost?
That's right.
Did you get a coupon?
We did a movie date the other night. Made popcorn, and I went to Walgreens and got all the little boxes of candy, and she made it turn out the lights, and it was cute.
Now, what did you go for? Milk Duds?
No, I'm a Snowcaps fan.
Love Snowcaps.
The mixture of the Snowcaps and the popcorn is
right.
just like, the sweet and salty
but
for me.
you actively mix them.
No, I'll put some popcorn in my mouth and dump some Snowcaps
I'm a Sour
in.
Patch guy.
He's a Sour Patch guy,
I like Sour Patch Kids.
But the boxes were 10 for 10. So I got
Wow.
I got a little bit of everything. I got Nerds, Sour Patch Kids, Raisinets, Snowcaps,
what's the peanut?
Peanut M&Ms.
What are the
Goobers.
peanut? Goobers.
Goobers,
Yeah,
right.
I got
like
pretty much
Goobers.
one of everything.
I get Sour Patch when I can't get stir fry. And if I can't get stir fry, then I'll just get like some.
Stir fry.
Say again.
You know, at those AMC theaters, you can literally order like a menu.
Stir fry.
You literally can.
You are a menus to society.
Yeah.
Whatever, Bill. You've gone to the movies with me. I've gotten like I forget
Like
what
chicken fingers.
It was like chicken fingers, and they're like, we have to make them. It'll be a 10-minute wait. Is that okay? I'm like, well, my movie starts in 5, so could you hurry it up?
I was super hungover one time, and I don't know why we went to the movies at like 10:30 in the morning. And I
It's the best time to go.
I ate 2 hot dogs at 10:30 in the morning. So I
Matinees
was
are
like,
the best.
I need something in my stomach.
I
But the
literally.
bar's not open.
Right.
Then you got to bring your own booze.
I hate how fat they make me feel because it's literally.
They
like,
make you feel fat.
Because
You're
they-
ordering chicken tenders at the movies.
But besides that, even if I don't, like I get a small, and the small is like a normal large, and then when you get the large,
because it costs $8.
I'm like, how much is a large? They're like, oh, $13. I'm like,
and you'll need a spotter.
It's a bucket.
Literally, they have like the itty bitty area where you can actually fit into the cup holder, and then the top of the cup fills up your entire chair.
Bucket and a mop just to see this movie.
Really?
Yeah. Dustin called in.
Oh, good.
Do you want to hear from Dustin?
Sure.
Alan, it's Dustin down here in Georgia. I'm actually in Clearwater, Florida, delivering this morning. I wanted to call and ask Mary if she could please, for the love of God, just please stop talking about these damn Bluetooth headphones. I could be, out of my mind, which I'm sure a lot of people think, but she talks about these damn earbuds at least twice a week, and I don't know, it just drives me nuts. She can't connect. She can't hear people when they're around her. I mean, every story leads back to the Bluetooth earbuds, so that's all I got to say. I'll keep it semi-nice today, so see you, bye.
I gotta tell you, I don't quite know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
I don't feel like you mention them.
twice.
Yeah, I don't feel like you mention them all the time.
Well, because I went on 2 runs, and the first one was about how I couldn't get them to pair, and so I was like all frustrated. And the second one, I was saying, we were talking about being deaf, and I said I had them in under my hat, and I couldn't hear anything.
But that was yesterday.
Or 2 days ago with wireless Bluetooth headphones, remember?
Yes, I don't feel like you're mentioning them that much.
I
I don't feel like every conversation we're having is going back to the wireless Bluetooth headphones.
Every conversation. Bill, another reason I won't go to Disney, they won't let me wear my wireless Bluetooth headphones.
And that's why you're crotchety.
Inside the park. Well, somebody said maybe, Alan, you're more of a curmudgeon than crotchety. And I'm like, well, but curmudgeon implies bad temper, and I don't have a bad temper. So it's a semantic argument. But again, I reject curmudgeon and crotchety because I'm neither.
What are you?
Just have...
Peculiar?
I'm opinionated. I'm...
annoyingly opinionated about certain things.
Well, okay. Potato, potato. I mean, that's up
and
to...
I think that moves you towards crotchety.
It's not my fault that someone else is annoyed. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's up to them. That's not on me. That's on them. I mean, they're easily annoyed. What do I know? But, no, I don't know. I'm fastidious. I know that.
Fastidious?
But I don't think that I'm persnickety.
Maybe a little.
I don't think so. It's no different than Bill. He likes what he likes and doesn't like what he doesn't like. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I'm just so jovial.
Why is he not crotchety?
He's not yelling at children.
I have my moments where I am crotchety. There's definitely things. We start talking about country music, then we get another call from Dustin. Bill don't like one thing. He thinks that anyone listens to country music racist. Anyway, I saw a black guy today, and I was like, get out of my town.
Right. Well, we do sometimes delve into some very specific commentary with respect to the Bluetooth headphone. Here's a guy explaining the Bluetooth headphones to us.
Work has been proceeding of an instrument that would not only provide inverse reactive current, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters. Rockwell Automation's retroencabulator. Instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it's produced by the modial interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite, surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panometric fan.
That's the kind of thing where my dad would be taking notes.
Yeah.
To me,
panometric fan.
To me, half those words sound made up, like
Right.
they're in Mad Libs or something. But that was funny. That was a
Pick any word and make Cody spell it.
Huh?
I said pick any word and make Cody
I would say
spell
just
it.
repeat it.
Pick any word and make him spell it.
I'm being mean. I'm sorry, Cody.
That's okay.
I couldn't spell it either.
No, none of those. But can you spell opossum? Like the animal?
P-O...
Opossum. There's possum and then there's opossum.
O-P-P-O-S-S-U-M.
There's only one P, but otherwise... I was going to say, otherwise you got it right. I mean, you got it wrong. But
Other parts you got wrong. You're right.
There's only one P.
That
but
was
you
a
got
very
the 2 S's.
non-crotchety response to him spelling it wrong.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's fine. Another Poundcake call.
Alan, Caleb and Ken again. Sorry for calling again, but I just got farther in the podcast from yesterday, and I know the first call was about how horrible the haunted train was, but I'm willing to drop that. The premenstrual cycle with an S. This dude graduated college. Do better. Love you.
Well, he didn't even say premenstrual cycle. It was period menstrual cycle.
Yeah, he thought PMS was period menstrual cycle.
But that
cycle
was
with an
not
S.
when I graduated, though. That wasn't when I graduated. I was in like middle school, and I never even knew what a period was.
But you knew what a cycle was.
I thought there was different.
We're not
cycles.
expecting you to know what a period was when you were 8.
A period had its
We
own
expect you to know that
period.
cycle doesn't start with an S.
See, you guys are gonna make it.
You got
so,
your period menstrual cycle.
You guys are gonna make it so this is not an honest, safe forum. If you guys want me to lie and not be honest about my past, then I
No,
won't.
please be honest about it.
This is a safe space.
It's a dumb language, and they have all these letters that are used all willy-nilly. Why is a C even a letter when we have K and S, right?
There you go.
You guys aren't going to make me feel comfortable
And
enough to tell stories from Poundcake
don't
past.
conflate the two. I have never told anyone that this is a safe space for dummies. All right?
But I'm not a dummy. I was a
I
kid.
didn't say you were. You're like, it's a safe space. No, it's not. For people, it's not a safe space for people who think the word cycle starts with S.
I said I thought. I didn't say I still think that.
Yeah, but I still don't think that we got a straight answer from you yesterday when we asked when you figured PMS out.
Because I said I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think I know the exact date. October 14th, 2013.
Yeah, I know the exact date I learned what PMS was. April 6, 1977.
Yeah, I never learned. I barely knew sex ed.
There was a guy that called himself Sex Ed? That's so gross.
He barely knew him, too.
Oh, God. Seriously. I guess that's better.
But he spelled sex with a C.
My friends
That's
call
why
me...
he was confused.
That's edgy. That's pretty edgy. It's sex. Sex.
He was going by Coitus Edward for a long time, but that didn't take off. All right. Well, there you go. Cycle with an S. Yeah, do you know what a sickle is?
Do I know what a sickle is?
Yes.
Like sickle cell anemia?
Yeah.
Which one of those words starts with an S?
None of them.
Do you know why it's called sickle cell anemia?
Because it's shaped like a sickle.
Right.
Your blood cells are shaped like a sickle. And they get caught. It's mainly in black families. Like it's like hereditary, right?
It has been inherited more, yes, in African Americans.
I know that because T-Bias
Anybody
from
can get
TLC
it,
has it.
Yeah. It's more commonly found in African American families. Do you know how to spell sickle?
C-I-C-L-E.
C-I-C-L-E. No, that's not right.
You almost spelled cycle.
Am I giving it another shot, or are you just telling me no?
I'm just telling you no.
Okay.
How
do you spell it?
Go ahead. Try it again.
No, how do you spell
It's
it?
S-I-C-K-L-E. It's sick with an L-E.
That's
sickle.
sick.
Huh?
Nothing.
Right.
Why do they put the sick, like when you misspell a word in print and when you're quoting it back, but they want to let you know that it's misspelled? Why do they put that sick there? What is
It's
that
just,
sick
I think
for?
it's Latin. I don't know what it's abbreviation for, but I think it's Latin.
I never understood that.
S-I-C.
It's
When
S-I-C.
something's misspelled and they just print it as it was written. Like if they post like a press release and somebody misspelled a word, they'll put S-I-C and that means the previous word was misspelled.
And they want you to know that they didn't misspell it,
Right.
but it was...
Or like in a quote or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they put sick, and I was like...
It's like a little gentle reminder. Hey, these people don't know how to spell that word.
Right.
I was like,
It's very passive-aggressive.
Yeah, seriously.
So I'm pretty sure it's Latin. I don't know what it's for, but that's what that is.
Stupid, ignorant. I'm not going to say the last word.
Cuck. You stupid, ignorant cuck. You chicken-ass bitch.
Now that's it. Chicken. I want the new. I want Psaki, whatever her name is, to get up into the White House. And she'd be like, chicken
Jen
ass
Psaki.
bitch.
Yeah.
It just means, in Latin, it just means thus or so. And then it says not a mistake and is to be read as it stands.
Okay.
So they're like, yeah.
Yeah, okay. But that's how it's used, you know.
I've never even seen that, I feel like.
I've seen it. Mainly on my quotes.
Every time I'm quoting.
Yeah, it's always in there.
I always thought I was a sicko my whole life, and I just realized that they were just talking about my misspelling.
That's right. It's my period menstrual sickle. Let me take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan
Billy Bougie. Anywhere you stream, anywhere you get music. If you want a physical CD, that's available at the link in my bios on social media, which are at Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, at Mary_Santora on Twitter.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and check out the latest Poundcake podcast episode at AlanCoxShow.com.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. Remember, the Week in Cox is Sunday morning, 8 to 10. If you're up early, it is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. If you're not up and you miss it, you can check out the Week in Cox podcast on iHeartRadio. Today's show available on demand on that very same app. If you prefer to watch it, you can. You can go to our YouTube channel, which is The Alan Cox Show. If you need to drop us a message, you can do that anytime. Voicemail, the after-hours line, 216-986